Ladies and gentlemen, we do thank you very much for your attention, and now we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the takeoff. The captain has made tower communications available, so if you'd like to monitor the air traffic system, you'll find that on Channel 9 and your headsets in the seat pocket in front of you. We'll give you a little more information about our service plan for our flight this evening as soon as we're in the air. Thank you, and again, welcome aboard.
One more.
Every now and then I look up to the sky, and while the minutes pass I lose track of time, but all I gotta do is try to spend it right. Let's take one more time to celebrate like there ain't no tomorrow. So let's just make a memory, 'cause tomorrow will be too late. Don't think twice and hesitate, 'cause it's all that we got for now. Just one more time to make it great, yeah. Just one more time.
I love you too. What up, Danica? So good to see you. I got someone coming to the stage right now. He goes by J. Brilla, a.k.a. Y'all know what it is. One more time. Let's do it. Yes, got some energy coming in. Saturday night flight. Yes, Becky G, what up? Michelle Beach. Hello, Captain. Hello, Michelle. Nothing but love for Jay Brill tonight.
Every now and then I look up to the sky, and while the minutes pass I lose track of time, but all I gotta do is try to spend it right. Let's take one more time to celebrate like there ain't no tomorrow. So let's just make a memory, 'cause tomorrow will be too late. Don't think twice and hit.
Aunt B coming through. Here's some energy for the crew. We missed y'all last night. Let's go, Aunt B. Go ahead and match her energy right now. Remember, it's Jason BM90 on the Cash App. Jason BM on the 90 on the Cash App. Venmo, Cash App, JFK Show Off. Cash App, Kevy Kev 781. Go ahead and ping them up right now. They're open 24 hours a day.
'Cause it's all that we got for now. Just one more time to make it great, yeah. Just one more time.
Sun's out, guns out. Let's go. Anyone hear the big bang in the Northeast? I don't know, but I heard this.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten.
Absolutely not.
God damn. Let's go.
So, Elijah, for people that have been living under a rock, what is it that you do, my man?
Elijah Scott. This has been sent to me by a few different people now, so it's time for me to check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Use a chase that chatting on the free. A couple of kids in a Chevrolet. I catch a little laugh when we cross the track. Sipping on something from a paper sack. You hang your shirt on a maple limb.
This shit's hard. 2 1 is dead to this. Woo, no synergy.
You ever get that check yet?
Still waiting. Come on. Saturday night, y'all. Come on. Come on. We appreciate y'all. How we doing out there, chat? How we doing? How we doing? Yes, Adi Ortiz is in the chat. What up, Adi? What up, Adi? Becky G is here. Nina is here. Shannon CT is here. Yeah, I heard there was a big boom out there. What was that all about?
Supposedly it was some type of meteor.
So let me get this straight. They could track the UPS package from here to Hong Kong, but they can't track fucking meteors crashing into the earth. They didn't know that was going to happen.
That's what I'm saying. Probably some type of satellite explosion or something fell from the atmosphere.
This shit is wild, man. Scary, man.
It really is, bro. Dude, listen, I was fishing the other night, and I go to Plum Island. That's the only place I go to fish up in Newburyport.
Nice.
And every single time I go there at night, I always see some funny shit, bro. Like, I don't know if they're UFOs or fucking drones or whatever, but the other night we saw 3 lights in the sky, a red, a yellow, and a blue, because I zoomed in with my camera. And, bro, I ain't going to lie to you, the shit looked like a UFO, bro. But it could have been just spotlights, but they thought it was spotlights. You know, me and my conspiracy theory shit. I was like, yo, what the fuck is UFO?
Damn, son.
Yo, but if you see the picture, you'll be like, yo, that's weird.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it, bro. I believe it. I believe it. A mic check to the gods. There is definitely unidentified flying objects out there. For sure. I believe that. You know, we could track great white sharks. We could track all types of things, but we can't track these outer space activities, which is pretty wild, you know.
Definitely wild.
Yeah, it just gives you perspective of what, you know, just how much you're in control. And that's the thing, people. You're not in control of people, places, and things. You know, God has a plan, and you know, and as simple as I mean, I wouldn't say as simple, but something, you know, you didn't see it, but you heard it, you felt it, and everybody's talking, and it did its job. It shook you up, it made you think, it opened up your mind. It just gives you perspective of what's, you know, what to really care for out here, because you just never know what's going to happen. And that's why, you know, you want to have compassion for people, and because you just never know. You just never know where we stand in this universe, where this planet stands in this fucking universe. Like, what is going on? I don't know. I worked on a flight deck on a carrier and had a lot of talk to pilots and what they have seen. I'm pretty sure you did, for sure. It just gives you some perspective. Perspective is all you can do. And speaking of perspective, I actually dropped a premiere, ladies and gentlemen, a premiere. You know, just a premiere. And what I did was, it was to correct the record, so to speak, because I feel like the narrative that was drawn about the Natalie Shirllla interview was that we were just horrible. We didn't ask the right questions. We didn't even ask questions. We were just the worst people on the planet. These guys suck. Who are these guys? Why didn't they say bad things? Who are these guys? Would you believe that there was over 20 questions? How many questions did you guys count? Did anybody count how many questions were actually asked to Natalie? That's a good question. That's a question.
Great question.
Let's
'Cause
ask this.
I heard a lot of questions.
Say what?
My bad. I didn't know you were going to play that soundbite. I
No,
said
no,
I
that's
heard
fine.
a lot of questions. So
36, huh? I think it was more than 36. Just off top. But it could be. I know it was over 20. I stopped counting. So what we did was we corrected a record. It was not an apology, ladies and gentlemen. We don't, we already apologized. It was a solution. A solution. So hopefully people would look at that video now and see just the questions. That's who you wanted to see, right? The woman of the hour. People wanted to see what she had to say. I think we asked the questions. I'm sure there's some questions we left out. I'm sure. But hey, we did what we did. And now I feel that content creators could take that content, use it, and do what they do with it and give it the proper look that it should have, instead of listening to what we're saying and tearing us apart. Because be clear, it wasn't the big content creators, the ones who actually did what we did. A lot of them took it and edited it anyway and broke down the questions they wanted out of it. And they didn't say attack them guys. They didn't say them guys suck. They didn't really have an opinion about us. A couple did. A couple have made fun of us, which is cool. Guys in a car, me with the crazy hat, you sitting there different than my setup. I get it. This is what happens. But in the end, they did what they did. They zoned in onto the person who was being interviewed, not really us. And that kind of rubbed some people the wrong way when they wasn't really going after us.
exactly.
And the point is, I challenged the people who hated it. The people who hated it, I challenge them now to go over the video now that it's edited and compressed into the questions. I challenge you to go over it now and see where the line of questioning was wrong, and say, wow, they asked that many questions for that long. He was up there for like 37 minutes. That's a long time to have someone on your show asking
Absolutely.
questions. I don't know if I would be on a show for 40 minutes, someone asking me questions. Would you go on a show for 40 minutes asking you questions?
It all depends what type of show and what questions that we're talking about. So, and that leads me to what I want to tell you is, because it seems like people forget the JFK show is JFK's show, and JFK is going to run his show the way he wants to run his show. And we're not going to do what the other creators do, and we're not going to do what they want us to do. We're going to do what we want to do and what JFK wants to do. So we're not like these other creators, and we're not going to bash our guests on the show. We're not about that. So
I don't feel comfortable with doing that, and neither does Jay Bro.
Absolutely not.
Inside the description, on that video, I actually say read the description, because I say I'm writing to share an updated version of the interview with Natalie. When we first sat down with her, we were unaware it was her first interview. While we knew her documentary was out and thought she would be a great guest, I honestly assumed she might have already been on a media run and didn't expect to hear much that wasn't already public knowledge. After leaving the original live stream up, flaws and all, for over a week, well, just about a week. I don't know why I said over a week. It was just about a week, but whatever, I messed up with that. I have decided to edit the video to focus specifically on the questions asked. If you count them, she answered over 20 questions, and I believe the interview was a success. I have apologized numerous times for the flaws in the original live stream. I also personally donated to Christine Russo, and many members of my audience followed suit. So salute to you guys. I think her GoFundMe was at like $2,800. I think it's at like 4,500 or something like that. Don't quote me on that, but it's something like that. The fact is, we were hard on that. The fact is, if we were hard on Natalie, we wouldn't have got over 20 questions answered. I hope the edited version is better for all parties involved and provides a clearer format for other content creators to review. Peace and love, JFK. That's in the description. And I hope you guys give it a chance. I hope that does the same numbers. In the other video, the original live stream now is on members only. It's on 6 Fuckery Donuts. So if you guys like that live for whatever reason, which was a decent live, it's all my members that are at number 6 that get 6 Fuckery Donuts. If you're only at the 3 Fuckery Donuts, go ahead and grab yourself 6, upgrade today, and that will be available. And like I said, we try to make it interesting for the members who do support, and that's one of the ways we do it, by just randomly taking videos like that, live streams like that are spicy or controversial, and putting it there so the members can only have access. So check that out if that's.
And to be clear about that, this is not a punishment to any members who are 3 donuts. It's more of the fact that if they're gonna take our content, pay for it. If we're going crashing out, pay for it. You know, it has nothing to do with our members.
Yeah, no, it was not done like that. I mean, it was, I got to do something for the members. You know what I mean? I left it up for a week. You know what I mean? Flaws and all, totally transparent. I could have. Let me tell you something.
I get a lot of messages that they don't get to see them because they're only 3 donuts, and I, that's why.
Yeah, but that's not every live though. I pick random ones. I pick random lives to put to certain levels. That's why there's levels. You know what I mean? That's all. But I mean, here's the thing. The bottom line is this. Every live stream is public and it is live. So it's not like I'm making them members prior. They're always live. Certain ones after the live, I'll put to members only. And not everyone. I mean, look at how much content that is free. Sometimes I'll just pick them, and that's what makes it interesting. So if you get a membership, you know that a good live that you might want to watch, it might have potential to go behind the paywall. And if it does, and you're a member, you get to see it. Others don't. So that just inspires you to go grab a membership and support. And if you can't, always remember, we make it public prior. So if you've seen it once, the only downfall is you don't get to see it on replay. But I'm going to be 100%. Replay is not a huge thing. A lot of people don't do replay. Like the members don't, like, unless it's something like that, an interview that ended up catching fire like that, the replay is not really, and that's the reason why I do it, because the replay is really not a big thing. Because if it was, then that would be kind of wrong. But the replay is not that, it's really not a thing. There's really not that many views that come after. Maybe like a couple 100, 300. So for the ones that do want to see it on replay, or the ones that didn't catch it, it gives you incentive to get a membership. I mean, and like I said, we're just tinkering with this. You know what I mean? This might not be something that works. This might be something that doesn't work. You know what I mean? And then it's like, okay, let's figure something else out. But that's what you do with your channel. You have maintenance, you figure things out. And exactly what I did there. I had options with that interview. I could have easily took that interview down and put it on private. Right when I realized there was pushback and I got the name wrong, I could have easily put that to private. And I could have easily went in, took that right out and did a voiceover and made it perfect. And nobody would have heard it. But I didn't do that. Right. I sat back and I took the hit. Because honestly, I don't see anything wrong about fumbling someone's name. It's not because I didn't know his name. It's because I said his name wrong. I think that's a little different. You
say everybody's name wrong. So that's just you and your nature. So it's nothing new.
It's not nothing new. I mean, it is what it is. But on a professional level, 1000%, you got to get that right. I get that. But you know what? That's a humbling lesson. And if people are not willing to learn from their mistakes and learn and and build from it. And like I said, I left it up and now I edited it. Now I'm like, all right, guys, you guys took your best shots. You know, everybody who don't like us and think that we're goofballs, we're goofy. Okay, cool. You got that. We did kind of muck it up a little bit, but here's this right here. So give us the same chance that you did the first time. And maybe you'll see and say, hey, now that he did it this way, because that always was an option. Live streaming, you got to understand, live streaming is a choice. You don't have to live stream. I could edit all the videos and put them on premieres. Me and Jay Bro could be doing this show right now behind stage on record, and we could be talking, and I could say, "Oh, you just said something crazy, Jay Bro. Where were we in time? Oh, we're 21 minutes and 28 seconds in. Let me write that down." And then when I go to post it, I could just edit that part right out. And then I could put it on a premiere video, and I could put it up. And you still get 3 hours of us, but pre-recorded. Not and the chat will be live. The chat will be live, but we won't be. So like there's choices that you could do. You know what I mean? And we choose to put our flaws in transparency. And I think that's what the audience wants. The audience wants to see us you know, see us when we're flawed, see us when we're perfect, see, just to get to know us. And we're just humans. We make mistakes. Big fucking deal. But I get it though. Natalie, as far as her as being interviewed, if it hurt the victims, and I'll say this again, I wasn't thinking along them lines. I thought she did many interviews before. I didn't know that there was like a two-sided thing. There was the people who were on the Kenzie side and the people who were on Christine's side, Dom's side. I didn't know there was like sides to this. Now I know. Now I'm informed, and we move on. So there's the content for the creators who want to give it a second, try to watch it, and we're gonna go over it because we didn't even get a chance to go over it. Right. And this whole week, we didn't even get a chance to go over our mindset, what we thought, what we think. Do we think she's telling the truth? Do we think she's lying? We didn't even get a chance because everybody else did. And like I said, there was a lot of great creators who went over it and gave us the benefit of the doubt. And I appreciate them. Obviously, the ones who didn't use that as a way to start the drama back up and attack and attack and attack. And it's sad. It is. But life goes on. For sure. Free Kelsey coming through it. I don't count the questions, but I have seen big names like Nancy Grace and others fumble Davion's name at least once during their coverage. See what I'm saying? Gifted 5 J.F.K. memberships. Thank you, Rose D. Kelly Kell says she's been a member for 8 months. She's worth every penny. I love it. You treat the members great. I appreciate you. Mitzi came through and she gifted 10 J.F.K. memberships. That's awesome. Rattlesnake became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, my brother. Appreciate you. Yeah. But it's been wild. We seen something happen. There's been some cancellations. We've seen that the people in the house at 34 Fairview canceled the guy, the reporter, the blogger, Mackenzie's older brother. Him. Yeah, we've seen the people at 34 Fairview hit up this bigger podcast, the Timcast podcast, and say we don't put them on or we're gonna sue. Which honestly is I got to agree with the guy who put the awareness on this case, that it does make people say, what's that for? And that could just backfire in their faces. Because if someone does look at this for what it is and really look at this case, regardless, it's definitely not going to look good for them. I don't see where not coming out the house, Big Bad Brian A, if you're watching, when a Boston cop's on your lawn. And here's the questions, Big Bad Brian A. Remember who named you Big Bad Brian A? That was me. I named you Big Bad Brian A. So when people say that, that's me. And Kevin from South Boston, I mean, you named yourself that. You called in the show. How you doing? And you lost a lot of weight. You counting your macros? What are you doing?
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight.
Counting your macros, huh, buddy? What's he weighing now? What do you think he's weighing?
I don't know. He looks like he weighs probably 140, 150. Nah, maybe
Hopefully.
like 180.
Yeah, he doesn't weigh 150. He weighs still in the 200s. He just lost a lot of weight in his face. That's the first place you lose it is your grill. First place you lose the weight is your face. But I'll tell you, man, hopefully you're healthy, man. Hopefully it's nothing to do with, your health, my man, Kevin from South Boston. Hopefully you're okay, man, because, cancer and shit like that's scary at this age. Trust and believe that. But the question is, you're sitting there in the courtroom. Tell me where you explaining your case to anybody on a podcast or putting light on this, or if anybody else picks it up, like by you kind of rattling the cage, so to speak. Like, tell me where that's going to work out for you. You know what I mean? Because if you look into this, Big Bad Brian A, you had a Boston police officer on the lawn. Oh, and by the way, you're a Boston police officer, right?
Yeah, that's
So-
usually a first responder, correct?
Yes. And that morning, excuse me. Sorry, guys. You guys all had a powwow, right? This is the simplest way to look at this. There's no need to get any technical. They had a powwow that morning after John was found on the lawn. The crime scene was gone, right? They left. Now they're all sitting there talking. You got an ATF agent and you got a Boston cop in the house. And they're all talking about the situation. Nobody called Karen Reed to ask what happened. They don't know what happened. No one called Karen Reed. At that point, they don't know what happened. There's no reason to be mad at Karen Reed because you don't know what happened. Wasn't an accident? You don't know. Did he take drugs? Did he overdose? Because if you did nothing, you don't know what happened. Nobody calls Karen to try to get through. And you would think that a Boston police officer and an ATF agent would call the suspect and make a call and hit her with the honey and work with the local police to bring this shit to a head. Oh, and by the way, you're a Boston cop. You think that you would take a bigger interest in this because it's another fellow Boston cop. Like, this is your guy. This is your guy, my man. This is your shit. This is your people.
Yep.
Oh, and then by the way, you two dudes didn't go outside to see what happened. You guys are two cops. You guys been doing this for a while. You guys know accidents. You guys are looking for answers. You guys never went outside to take a look. Because if you would have went outside to take a look where he was found, then you know what would have happened, right? You would have found 47 pieces of taillight, a hat, and a sneaker. Oh, that's what you would have found. But you didn't go out there. You didn't go over by the pole to see what happened to say, how did he get found here? What the hell happened? No, you didn't do that. Well, why? Because you already knew what happened? Is that the reason? That's the simplest way to look at this shit. It's the simplest way to look at it. Now we could just rewind it back and say, why didn't you come out the house? And then rewind it back, Higgins, why'd you text? Are you coming here? Right? Why'd you text her? I'm well. Why, when you were coming out the bar, you said on the stand, right, line for line, word for word, on the stand, you said, I didn't say goodbye to anyone. That's a goddamn lie. Right? Then on top of that, Higgins, in your report on February 3rd, when she was being arraigned, you said you handpicked what you wanted to give the police to Karen, what was on Karen's phone. And you also said that there was no beef or nothing in the house. No one had a problem in the house. Why did you volunteer that information? Well, who said there was a beef in the house? You said that. It's in the report. You can read the Higgins report. He said no one had an issue inside the house. Oh, and by the way, you didn't tell the two Massachusetts state troopers that you text John that night, are you coming here? And you didn't tell the two Massachusetts state troopers that you text Karen that night, I'm well. You forgot to tell them that part. Oh, you forgot to tell them that part.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Oh, you forgot to tell them when you were leaving the bar that a pizza man, right? Chris, a pizza man who makes pizzas, manhandled an ATF agent. You forgot to tell them that part. Right?
That was a big part.
Yeah, just a small little detail. So you want people to dig into this? Do you guys really want people to dig into this? Really?
Could backfire on them.
And that's the algorithm of that. So as far as like the drama that's going on in this movement or whatever, I'm always going to be on the side of something ain't right. And we all know Karen Reed's not guilty, because you just can't, once I seen Higgins testify, I said, that's what happened. And that's why I stayed at the waterfall. Once I seen the waterfall video, that's why I stayed at the waterfall. And whether you guys like it or not, when you think about the waterfall, you think about one show and one show only. It's the JFK show. And that right there is a fact. And that right there can't be disputed. And that's what it is. In the summation, in the first 5 minutes, 7 minutes of the summation of Alan Jackson, the first thing he spoke on was the waterfall. The waterfall reenactment video me and James did when we went inside the waterfall and showed how close it was versus the surveillance lens, the bug-eye lens, the fisheye lens, they call it, that made everything wider. We showed how it really looked in real time. Actually, what made the phone call happen, that an ATF agent / murder witness / murder suspect third party called the JFK show, that some people say is a fake. Some people are now running with the narrative. They hate us so bad, they're going to try to downplay that and say it's a fake. Well, tell me where that's helping anything. Because if you really truly believe that that's fake, right? I mean, that's your opinion, but we all know it ain't fake. But that just goes to show you how bad you hate this channel, that you would say some dumb shit like that. And for the people that don't know who Higgins is, he's the same guy that said this.
Question mark, an exclamation point with some question marks.
Hey, man, what's up, guys? Kevin from South Boston.
What's up, Kevin from Southie? What's happening?
Question mark, an exclamation point. Question mark.
Hey, man, what's up, guys? Kevin from South Boston.
What's up, Kevin from Southie?
Question mark, an exclamation point. Question mark. An exclamation.
Hey, man, what's up, guys? Kevin from South Boston.
Oh, man, it sounds just like Higgins to me.
What's up, Kevin from Southie? What's happening?
Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right? But let me ask you something. Those two dudes that you're accusing, right? They're decorated dudes. What happens? Like, can you look at this from both sides? And this comes out that she actually did it. Are you ready to, like, put it out there that you were wrong?
You sound like Higgins, bro.
You wrong.
Is this Higgins?
You wrong.
You're Higgins.
Why are we wrong? Why
This
are we
is
wrong?
fucking Higgins. Higgins called the phone. He hung up. That was Higgins, bro.
That was
Can't make up that reaction.
Bro.
fucking coward, man.
That was fucking Higgins. Yo, I'm bugging. Disclaimer. I'm bugging.
Damn.
I'm
Why
bugging
you gonna,
right now.
Dude's gonna
I'm
call
hyped
and hang up.
I'm bugging. Disclaimer.
Higgins, what are you gonna do when you're found guilty?
Everybody bear with me. I'm putting the landing gear down. Woo! I know for a fact that was Higgins, bro. That sounded just like Higgins.
Question mark, an exclamation point. Question mark, an exclamation point with some question marks, question mark with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. Quotations, it's a smiley face. Question mark, exclamation point. What do you want from me? Question mark, 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 you're hot. Question mark, an exclamation point. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Now from day one. Welcome to Death Row.
Here's a rap song based on your lyrics and theme. You wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. This is Kevin from South Boston. Wait, is this Higgins? Higgins? Is that you? Nah. You wrong. They was decorated dudes. Acting like they real, but they faking up the truth. Medals on their chest, but they never paid the dues. I see through the lies, yeah, I know the real news. Is this Higgins? Nah, man, you wrong. Trying to test the kid, but I've been too strong. Came from the South where we hustle all night. No fake love here, gotta keep the game tight. You talking like you know me, but you really just guessing. See me on the rise, now they stressing, confessing. Boston on my back, and we moving like a legend. You wrong, better watch where you stepping. You wrong. They was decorated dudes. Acting like they real, but they faking up the truth. Medals on their chest, but they never paid the dues. I see through the lies, yeah, I know the real news. Kevin called my phone asking, is this Higgins? Told him, nah, my dude, must be something that you tripping. the city, but they never left the patch. I keep it 10 toes, I ain't playing with the clowns. Say they run the game, but they never been around. Moving in the dark, but I shine when it count. You wrong, time to show 'em what's about. Yeah, nah man, you wrong. They was decorated dudes, but they ain't real. South Boston, stand up. Yeah, nah man, you wrong. They was decorated dudes, but they ain't real. South Boston, stand up.
Clown! You are a clown! A clown! You are a clown! A clown!
Up rumors regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was...
What the fuck is that, bro?
What I'm saying, bro, since the day I seen that, I was like, those are dog bites.
Listen to their answer.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
This is a lady this is a professional. Why would she lie?
Those marks.
Abrasions.
No, you didn't, Michelle Beach.
Michelle, come on, man. Michelle, take a
Do
look
you
at
really
that.
think a tail light can do that?
Abrasions. They got a German Shepherd in the house. They got rid of the German Shepherds. They got rid of it. I mean, come on, Michelle. The gig is up. Let's stop it. The lady was an ER doctor, she says. Oh, wow. What does that got to do with anything?
Right, an ER doctor is the first one who sees those type of wounds on a daily basis, isn't she?
This shit is wild, man. Everybody, keep in mind, Michelle's good people. I love Michelle. This is Michelle's opinion, but we're here to seek the truth. And Michelle, listen, take a look at that. Abrasions. How? He had a hooded sweatshirt on. How? Like, how did that happen? How did that happen?
Are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with
the
them.
town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Involved in O'Keefe's search that morning.
The police were already in my house. John was already
investigate or take a look.
I'm not a
Listen to this answer.
Canton police officer.
I'm not a Canton police officer.
Look, I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer.
At the end of the day, you're a first responder, so it's your job and your oath to go out there and respond to that.
Bro, that's what he said after she got found not guilty. I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston. Yeah, but he was a Boston police officer. And anybody in Canton that knows you are going to give you that seniority, or should I say that, look out for you, so to speak, because they know that you're a Boston cop and you're going to look out for your own, right? And that's the first thing that would have happened. If you would have came outside and called up the Boston police, yo, one of ours is down, they would have been flying up 95, all the Boston police. The question is, why weren't there any Boston police at the trial? Dedham's right next to West Roxbury. West Roxbury has Boston police cruisers. There wasn't even a Boston police cruiser paddy wagon in the front just to show that the Boston police had a presence. You would have never known that it was a cop who died at all. They did the big thing, you know what I mean, at his funeral, but at the trial, there was no Boston police presence. It was all state police. That's it. None. Tell me why. I want to know why. Why is that? Why is that? But yet we've seen the cop who's getting tried for the murder case, right? That they press charges against him for killing that dude who, ran from the police. And in that courtroom, there was about 100 cops, right? Maybe I'm exaggerating, but there was a lot of police.
They were filled with cops.
There was filled with cops, and I'm pretty sure there will be more police filled. I mean, even when she got arraigned, when we played the first time she got arraigned, upcharged to the murder, and she got rearrested and upcharged. They snuck her into the courthouse. This guy who's loose as a goose, no disrespect. What's his name?
What's his name? Hold on, I'll get it.
The guy who watched her, he sat at the side of the courtroom and watched her walk in. The footage, he has it because they didn't even they did it quietly. They upcharged her and brought her in, arraigned her, raised her bail, and got her out. If she really killed the Boston police officer, they would have watched her every step of the way. There would have been a Boston police officer going with the state trooper, would have probably accompanied him just to be there for the presence for John. They share the same badge. I mean, tell me why they didn't do that. I mean, this is just common sense. Do they want to open up these can of worms? I mean, how many people seen that footage that I played? Way before there was a Turtle Boy, there was another Turtle Boy. There was a blogger way before the blogger. And he has all the footage. He was there right on her. He was calling her innocent from the jump. I mean, from the very first time she got arrested, he was calling her not guilty. Crazy. Did you get his name?
I can't find it. I'm trying to find it. Sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, you guys see that? Lost Crumb, that's his name. Losif Crumb was his name. Losif Crumb.
Long Game is on point.
Yeah, you know they're on point. Anybody that goes to that channel, go to that channel and you guys will see. You guys will see that. You guys will see that he was there and there was no police presence whatsoever for her getting.
No one there. He was the only one there.
He was the only one. I mean, to the point where there was criminals jumping out of the van. I mean, he got close. He got close. There would have been a Boston police captain or somebody there on the behalf of John O'Keefe if there wasn't no shady business. I mean, are they sure they want to talk about this? Are they really sure? Michelle says, go ahead, let's talk about it. She says it's abrasions. What else did they say?
We had nothing to do with it.
We hadn't came and told the truth, and that's it. This is a guy that was murdered, and it's atrocious for that family.
They dehumanized us. We hadn't
came and told the truth, and that's it. This is a guy that was murdered.
R.I.P. Officer John O'Keefe.
R.I.P. John O'Keefe.
Let me tell you something. This is a guy who was murdered. That's where it's mad shaky. Because number one, he's a Boston police officer. Right? He knows that wasn't a murder. Regardless, if Karen hit him and left him, it was an accident. Point blank, end of the story. Why is he saying he was murdered? That's a murder to you, Big Bad Brian A? You look at that like a murder?
Unless he knows what really happened.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he made sure he said the murder because he wants to put all the accountability on her in a bad way. You think after she got found not guilty, he would have just said what he felt if he had nothing to do with it. Like, they might have upcharged her. That's the reason why. It technically wasn't a murder. She left him. Maybe if they would have kept a lower charge. But no, this is a guy who was murdered. He stuck with the script. And that's very telling. Very telling.
Absolutely.
R.I.P. Officer John O'Keefe.
Yeah. Why? Read between the lines. Yeah. Why? I know you feeling hurt, your mind flipped. That was a moment in time, can't rewind it. I seen your call, can't talk, declined it. Said I was sorry, liquor had me blinded. I know about your issues, you're not feeling well. What you going through, girl, is a living hell. Sometimes I bug out, I just flip and yell. Just come out tonight, we can sip and chill. I know about that night at the Pats game. You was real comfortable, and that's lame. When I bring it up, huh, you act strange. That's okay, I ain't saying no names. Glad you pulled up though, we can take your legs. I told you before, that girl, see, that's my ex. You gotta chill, can't believe what you read in text. It's me and you right now, don't be complex. Now it's fine food, proper pints. Storm coming through after 2 lots of white. We gonna be snowed in, so let's start the fights. I know you wanna talk, girl, but not tonight. Got a text by C, he at the other spot. He there with his brother in that other cop. JM over there too, she just a soccer mom. Let's head over there, see what they talk about.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten. Life keeps going by, please tell me why am I living? Poison in my mind, losing sight now with this blind vision. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten.
Laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. Wish you would've told me he was feeling so erased. When he sent you that text, seen the fear in your face. Then he texted me too, then you drove away. Don't chase waterfalls, read between lines. Keep a fair view, protect your mind all times. Call 911, officer down. Don't make a sound, there's an officer in the house. All I can feel is my phone vibrate. Wish you was here, not sitting at my place. Who let the dogs out? Someone close the gate. It's cold where the broken face, please, Lord, not today. Laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. Wish you would've told me he was feeling the way. When he sent you that text, seen the fear in your face. Then he texted me too, coming here, then you drove away.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten. Life keeps going by, please tell me why am I living? Poison in my mind, losing sight now with this blind vision. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten.
So I wrote that song back in 2024. I wrote the hook, produced by my man D Burns, mixed by Static Selector. The hook, singing on the hook, is my man Halle Supreme. He's a Caribbean singer out of Brooklyn. Halle Supreme, you could check him out. He's on a whole bunch of shit. But I wrote the hook and he sang it for me, and the lyrics and all that. And I wrote the lyrics, obviously, and performed it, did a video for it, hooked up with Microdots. Microdots let me use his version of what happened. And that's basically what made me write the song, because I wanted to, I said, hey, I would love to do a song about it. And I would love to do some visuals, but I mean, what are you going to do? How are you going to get the visuals or something like that? So when Microdots was doing all that crazy reenactment, the way he does things with the 3D graphics, I had hit him up and said, hey, can I use some of your stuff? And, I got a project. And he said, yeah, no doubt, bro. I like your editing, because I came into this doing videos. If people don't know, you go to my Read Between the Lines playlist. I came in doing videos before I actually started live streaming on these particular subjects. And he said, yeah, no problem. So we did it, and it came out decent. I wasn't trying to be Martin Scorsese cinematic. I was just trying to get the point out there and push it out there and have something people to listen to, and get to the channel. And if you became a member, you got the song for free. But you could stream it. It's on Spotify, Apple, anywhere. You can Google JFK, Read Between the Lines. It's everywhere. It's on all the platforms. Or you can get it on my Bandcamp if you want to support it, pay for it. You can get it there. But it's on all platforms, and you can stream it anytime you want. Read Between the Lines. You get it, Karen. Read Between the Lines, or read between the lies. There's just a lot of lies going on in this case. For sure. RIP Officer
It's atrocious for that
John
family.
O'Keefe.
They've dehumanized us.
Touch this case has been called a murder at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killer.
Sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed.
Now, keep in mind, this is the day after. Yesterday, she says. Yesterday.
Sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him.
Does she look like someone who, like, watch Big Bad Brian A?
And our lives just changed forever.
We took what we thought was the high road.
Right.
Let the court do its job.
Let the courts do its job. Let me tell you something about that, Matty M. You're not taking the high road now, though. You guys, with this defamation, you guys are trying to do whatever you got to do because you trying to stop the bleeding. If you guys were 1,000% innocent, you guys would have jumped on a stream and would have debunked that dude TB in a minute.
Absolutely.
There's no way you guys would have jumped on there. You guys didn't take the high road. You got him in trouble for intimidating a witness. You try to shut him down. Where are you guys now? Chris jumped on a couple of podcasts and things like that. Listen, when you open up this case, everything's wet. 2:22 in the morning. Butt dials, phone calls. In the morning, phone calls being picked up, phone calls being erased. 2:27 a.m. Google search. The phone in the back of the car saying, "Come outside." What was it in the back of the car? They picked up on the answer machine, John's answer machine, or Karen. Yeah, I think it was John. No, Karen's answer
It
machine.
was Karen's voicemail. I think she was
Yeah.
recording because she forgot to hang up and got the 911 stuff and everything.
They're on their way. They're on their way or something like that. They're on their way now. I mean, why is every time, and let me tell you, why was someone driving around surveilling the crime scene? I mean, look at what this clown said. Let's listen to what he said real quick. Listen to what he says right here. I mean, what is this? Does this not look suspect to you when you hear this? How crazy is this, dude? Seriously, right here.
You then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Tell them the guy never went in the house." Correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
The guy never went in the house. Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he? In his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
You then text.
Right there, he just blew up his own spot. Tell him
Why
the guy never went in the house.
Why in none of them text messages, them group text messages, are they saying that poor John, I can't believe what's going to happen to his kids? You know, they lost both their parents. Now they lost John. What's going to happen? Why are they talking about the state police are out front? There's nothing in them group text messages at all that says, what about the kids? What are we going to do? There's nothing. Poor John, how did this happen? Did someone call Karen? There's nothing. There's nothing asking what happened. There's none of them trying to suss it out. Like, what do you think happened? Like, how did he end up on the lawn? Do you think it was a bad death? Do you think he felt it? None of them saying that. You know why? Because they know what happened. That's what it seems like. Right?
Exactly.
And this is what you uncover. Because let me tell you something. A guy named Todd came up here, a Massachusetts state trooper. And he said, as you start peeling back the layers, the innocent gets more innocent and the guilty gets more guilty. And that's
Bingo.
what happened. And that's what happened in this case, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happened in this case. So you guys try to silence this guy. That's cool. Some people are chalking it up as a win. I don't give a shit. I want the dude to do whatever. I don't see me. I'm not a hater, right? You know, even though some people want to try to throw that, we don't hate over here. We do our own thing. And then when we defend ourselves, the narrative gets thrown out there that we're bad guys, only because we're defending ourselves against 15 other channels that's involved in a cult. And there's new channels getting made every day, and they all want to have the initiation, and their initiation is go after the JFK show. I mean, me and Jay Brill just had a video made of us where they defamed us and said wild shit. Now I get it. Like if you did absolutely nothing wrong, you know, and this was happening to you, with Higgins and Big Bad Brian A. Why not come out and like even when Higgins called, why not just say who you are? At this point, why don't you kind of explain what happened? Like, is this something that we don't know? Because he said when this comes out, right, that she actually did it. What are we going with your? Are we still going with that? That she backed up, hit him, left him there, and then 7 of you left the house and none of you seen him? Are we still going with that?
Kind of sounds like that.
Well, as they were doing drama over there, like everybody else does drama, what do we do? Hey, bro.
We were out there working.
Out there working. So we came up with a little video that never been done that could probably help many people.
Absolutely can help a lot of people. I think you could see if someone was there, you definitely see him. So
who's that? Is that there's somebody that's how tall are you, Jay, bro? Because that's someone that how tall are you? I don't know who that person is
I'm
laying there, but you're 6'2". So that looks like a 6'2" dude laying there on the grass.
Yeah.
Right? On the snow, excuse me. That's what you would see. If you were Higgins and you jumped in your car, right? That's what you would see. If your Jeep was parked where Higgins were, that's what you would see. Tell me what you see in front of you, people. Tell me what you would see. All right, so then some people say, oh, well, your camera's pointed too much to the side, which is not true. It's the way I actually edited it, but maybe that was a feel a little bit. But I have a picture to back that up to say, okay, let's look inside the cab of the truck and let's see what it looks like if you're in the cab of the truck with just a picture, just a photo, What do you guys see in front of you going down that street? What do you see? If you were driving down that street, what would you see right there? Do you see something? Does anybody see anything?
I see something, but I could just be biased because, it's our show, but I see something.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like something to me.
Definitely something there.
Do you guys think you would have seen it? Would have seen him opposite John O'Keefe there?
Without a doubt.
How many people been to 34 Fairview? How many people been there?
It would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments. And silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
I immediately thought.
Look at how guilty he looks right here, though.
Yeah, he does.
Watch this.
Something had happened to one of her children or one of my children.
He's talking for her. Watch.
Why else is she in my bedroom? It's 6:30 in the morning right now.
And what? I think John's dead out front.
John's dead out front? That's what happened? She knew John was dead out front? That ain't what she said, though. She
We
didn't know
thought something
Joan
had
was
happened
dead.
to one of her children or one of my children, because why else?
So you thought something had happened to one of your children, to one of their children. But the question is, why when Jen called 911, right? This is what she
What's
said.
going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
So she calls 911. They say, hold on a second. Let me put you through to Canton. Calls 911. There's a man. I don't know the order, but she calls 911. There's a man passed out in the snow. All right, hold on. Let me put you to Canton, to the direct line to Canton Police Department. Now there's a guy passed out in the snow. So you got 2 tries to get it right. Now you know you got the clout card. It's like the same thing. You ever go inside a bar and you know someone who works there? What's the first thing you say? Hey, man, is Johnny working?
Yeah.
So you know if you say he's a cop, you know that it's going to change the whole dynamic of what's about to go down. If you say there's a cop, a police officer is down, he's a Boston police officer, he is down in the snow. They're going to say, what, who, what? It's going to be lights, camera, action.
Absolutely.
Period. And then you have a window of opportunity for the frame up. And that window of opportunity, they work weird hours over there. I think they work from like 11:45 at night to 7:45 in the morning. And that Higgins went out. And this, like I said, if this is not true, then it ain't true. But based on everything you look at, 11:45, he goes back to the police station, see who's working. It's a window of opportunity, man, to make sure you don't get that 911 call to go out and alert somebody to pull up to that scene that they don't know. They got to make sure they know these people, right? And that's it. It's a play by design. That's what that was. And if it wasn't, then you can't be mad at us for looking at it like a play by design. Because
Right.
most people
Very
would
well
have said,
seen it.
yeah, most people would say that's a Boston police officer on the ground. Because it's like I said, when you want to go inside the bar and you know someone who works at the place, you would say, hey, is Jay Brill working in there tonight? Oh, you know Jay Brill? Yeah, all right, come on in. Right? That's the type of thing so if you know he's a cop, you know you're going to get the treatment. The cops are going to show up fast and help save his fucking life. Oh, and by the way, right? By the way, you got a whole house in front of you, right? And what did you do? You went in to get, you were asking where the fucking baby blankets were.
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him.
So you were getting baby blankets to wrap around. And as you're getting the baby blankets, so your sister says she ran up in the house and the only reason what her first thought was, what is she doing here this early? Did something happen to her kids? So the question is, Jen, you see a dead man or a guy who's in bad shape on the lawn, RIP, Officer John O'Keefe. You see him messed up. You don't know the reason why he's messed up. You know there was a get-together the night before. And the first thing that goes through your mind is don't interrupt anybody in the house. When the first thing in your mind should be like, is there anybody else in that house that could be in that condition? But you don't go in there to check that. But your sister said the first thing she thought was, did something happen to her kids or something? So why wouldn't that be your thought? Something happened, right? I'm just saying, she even admitted that she thought something, but your thoughts weren't that. And as you're digging for baby blankets, knowing that you could just go in the house and get the biggest blankets there are, the biggest comforters. And by the way, there's a guy in there named Brian Albert, who's a first responder, who's a Boston police officer, knowing that if he makes the call, if he gets on the phone, it will speed up the process. But the fact that she doesn't do that, why? You guys sure you want to open up that? You sure you want someone like a Joe Rogan? Because I heard this guy talk about Joe Rogan. You sure you want someone like a Joe Rogan talking about this? Seriously though, you sure you want other people talking about this? I mean, I don't know. Regardless, it's and then at this point, what are you going to do? If someone really big starts talking about this, because here's my point: the crash, and the reason why I'm speaking on this, the crash. The McKenzie case wasn't as hot as it is now. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it wasn't as hot. Now it's on fire. It's on fire. And how do we know it's on fire? Because everybody came at us for getting Natalie's interview, and we're sitting back going, "What's going on?" And someone said, "Hey, JFK, you're on fire." I said, "What? What do you mean I'm on fire?" I didn't know. Nobody knew. It opened back up. The question is, what if this happens with the Karen Reed case? What if a documentary or a movie comes out and it reopens this shit, aggravates it again, brings back the pain, brings back everything we know, and it opens up a whole new algorithm? It's very possible. It's very possible. And they're helping with that situation. They're helping with that situation. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's wild, man. It's a wild story, man. Because you see what happened with the crash.
Yeah. And listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, but like the more I look into this McKenzie thing,
Who's blocking your comments? I'm not blocking your comments. Who's blocking? No one blocked Michelle's comments.
no
Do
one
not
better
do that.
block Michelle. I don't
Who's
see her
blocking
being
Michelle's
blocked.
comments? Who's saying don't block my comments? Who's blocking her?
Well, I just made a comment in the chat too, and it didn't pop up, and I had to do it again. So I don't know if StreamYard's acting funny or not. So YouTube or whatever.
Yes, they are. They're blocking your I don't know if nobody can block your comments, Michelle. I don't think anybody in here would do that to you. It comes up with an X. Nobody. I'm not doing it. Is any of the mods blocking her comments right now? Mods?
If a mod deletes a comment or something, I can see it, and I don't see any of her comments being deleted or blocked or timed out or anything. So
Bossy says it's YouTube. It's YouTube.
yeah, YouTube's acting funny because, like I said, I made a comment to making changes, and all right, well, I only saw one of them. He saw both of them all.
People are going through the same thing. I'm sorry, guys. Whatever's going on with YouTube.
Yeah, but we're
It's
not doing
nothing.
that.
We're not blocking any of the long games. Listen, Michelle has a right to her opinion, man. Because at the end of the day, Karen Reed is not guilty. She got found not guilty. If you guys still, if someone thinks she's guilty, that's fine. I mean, okay. Well, she's not though by the law, you know. So life goes on. But my thing is this: regardless of what you think, it's not a good look for them to open up this can of worms because the story is what it is. There's no no one's fabricating that story. Like we're not saying that I butt dialed him, he butt dialed me back. You know, the waterfall. This is all the things that happened. It's like no one's defaming you. Like we looked at the waterfall video. That was you wiping your brow. That was the pizza man grabbing. You texted you coming here. Then the next day, she hit you up at 11:54. John died. As if you guys were already talking. Like John died, like in the past tense, like John died, like he died behind what you did. Like it was weird. And you never answered her. It was just weird, man. It was weird. Or did you answer on another app? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. And then you called in the show, Kevin from South Boston. I can only go on what I know. If you really didn't do this, why wouldn't you just call in and say, "This is Brian Higgins, ATF agent. You guys are full of shit. Stop saying my name or else." And honestly, that would have been more effective, I think. That's just my POV.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you see me? No, I can't see you.
This is it. This is it.
It keeps saying error. Wow, the chat's getting all. See, Michelle was like, "Don't block Mike." She thought I turned on her. See how quick Michelle turned on me. Damn, Michelle, you really think I'm gonna block your comments, man? Come
Yeah,
on.
no.
Yes, Karen Reed was found not guilty. At the same time, Mackenzie Shirllla was found guilty, and she absolutely is guilty and belongs to prison where she should stay. Well, I mean, how can everybody say that though? This is just a question. How can everybody say that without seeing the trial?
Exactly. And that goes back to what I was saying. Like, the more and more I look into this, it seems like it's going to turn into the Eddie O'Brien case. And it seems like it's going to turn into that a lot sooner than later. And I don't know. I just feel there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been brought out yet that's going to be brought out. And I don't know. It's crazy.
Kelly Hill says, y'all gave Michelle too much grace. She makes me crazy. Well, Kelly Hill, you got to look at it like this, right? Karen got found not guilty, right? By a court of law, period, right? We got to have tough skin, right? And I get it. To still be saying them abrasions after looking at them, like, you know, I can't tell you. That's like the first time in a long time I looked at them dog bites. And it's just like, you know, what you see is what you get. You know what I mean? It's tough, but she got found not guilty. But Michelle believes, I honestly think Michelle just believes something else is up. Like, she just thinks that it's not, she thinks Karen's somehow involved. I don't know. And that's just my opinion. I think that Michelle has an open mind. And I think maybe Michelle just thinks Karen's involved somehow in this situation, just based on the way she acted during it. I don't know. And like I said, that's just my opinion based on being in the chat with Michelle and doing this show. I can't think that Michelle's that really believes everything the prosecution said. I can't believe that, but you know, we don't know. We don't know what happened. I mean, honestly, you don't know what happened. Nobody knows what happened. And dare I say, do we know what happened with because you know, a black box just reads that the car's at 100 miles per hour. It doesn't say how or why. It just says it's at 100. You know what I mean? It doesn't say, oh, it's at 100 because someone had their foot on it. You know what I mean? It could have been at 100 because, you know, a reason. And there's a lot of, if you Google how many deaths there is behind pedals getting stuck. Are you all right, man? You looking like you seen a ghost, bro.
Nah, my bad. I was talking to my stepson. Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of accidents that get caused that way. I'm not saying that's what it is, but when you look at that, there's a lot. And we're gonna have somebody on here to talk about that. You know, to give us some more insight on how many accidents. I mean, have you ever drove and a water bottle got stuck between the thing or something? The gas pedal? Something like that, like a water bottle falls or something like that?
Yeah, that's just scary.
It is scary. Now, I'm not saying that happened. Be clear. I ain't saying that happened. I'm just saying these are things that she never braked.
Well, right. There is a video going around that shows that she did hit the brakes, that third light lit up. I don't know if you've seen that.
Is it factual, though?
I believe it is factual. I'm not 100% sure, but there's a video out there. A lot of people have been putting it out there that they see the third light in the back window, like right before it hit the sign.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is a guy that everybody knows. People call him Let's Go People. They know him for that. They also know him for, you know. It was an 87, you know. Beautiful car, you know. My Cheetah 125s, you know. People are spinning lane to lane, you know. Are you all caught up? Adi. What about the dog, Adi? You guys know his names. He goes by the name of Kevy Kev 781.
Kevy Kev, I'll let you boy.
What up, Kevy?
Going down, people.
Damn, Kevy Kev, that was a long ass 15 minutes.
bad.
Sorry, brother.
You got some new Cheetah 125?
These are my kindergarten cops right here, bro. Oh, shit.
What up,
What's
Kevy?
going on, guys?
Thanks for being here, brother. How you doing?
Good, man.
Good. Love to hear
One
it.
of my new gadgets up, man. Peace to everybody out there. Peace.
Peace to the gods. Nice, brother. Nice. I love it. Got the shining bright light. What is that? It's so bright I can't even see. What is it? A cross? Oh, it's a
Really?
hand.
Oh, you can't see it?
Oh, it's
God
a hand.
damn.
Now when it's lit up, you can't see it.
It's throwing up the peace sign, man. I could throw up the ones too, bro. Throwing up
Can
the
you?
ones right now, bro.
I
see
can't
that
see it.
shit though, huh?
Nah, you're gonna have to fix it. You have to figure that out.
God
That's
damn.
dope though. God damn, man. Dope. Yeah. So let's talk about it, Kevy Kev. We're talking about the Karen Reed case. Let me just ask you a couple quick questions, Kev, since we have what made you think that Karen Reed was not guilty? Like what really zoned you into it and make you say, this shit is fugazi, something's wrong. What was it for you? And there's a lot, I know.
There is a lot.
There's so much. I can't wait to answer this one.
You know, there is a lot. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, some of the steps up the stairs, some of that cell phone data, that shit had me, you know, just e-braked right on that for a while. I mean, I couldn't figure out. They're saying, you know, there's inclines in the road, and it you know, the Apple Health data is wrong and shit. Like, I mean, come on, there's millions of, you're telling me millions of people in the world using Apple Health. You know, is he gonna say that shit's wrong? Nah. You know, and just the investigation in the very beginning, you know, with the leaf blower. I mean, come on, you know me, man. They contaminated that site with that shit. You know?
I do.
So, I mean, I wonder how much evidence had raw fuel on it. You know?
True. And when you say that, why do you say that?
Because those leaf blowers, 90% of the time, the exhaust is ran out the tube. You know, it's so compact that they plumb the exhaust right into the tube where the air's vacating. So I mean, you're blowing exhaust and, you know, forced air. So you can't fool me on that shit.
See, there's something. I remember you saying that before when we had this conversation. I mean, come on, we had so many conversations about Karen Reed, but I'm glad you brought that back up to put that back in the algorithm. That's a point. That's a point right there. That's a great point. Kevy Kev 781. What about you? What made you, Jay Brill, say something ain't right?
Well, first of all, the dog bites on his arm. Selling the house 50 grand under book value to take a sale quick. Filling in the brother's pool. Getting rid of all their cell phones. The butt dials, the deleted texts, the friggin' this dude. Keep going.
God damn, Brill, tell him.
Keep going,
like,
bro.
There was
God
so
damn,
much.
Brill,
like,
tell him, Brill,
the
tell him.
inconsistencies of them on the stand. Like that's what I felt watching them. Like they all lied on the stand. Every single one of them. Nope, I'm not aware. Like, come on.
I don't recall. Was there?
Everything was I don't recall. But then when it was something to help them, they knew real quick and fast what it was. You know, it just come on. You gotta see through the bullshit, bro. Like, come on. Just the dog bite alone, the sale of the house, the friggin' getting rid of the phones right there just tells you that something ain't right.
And not only that, Tristan, when he seen TB at the South Beach in South Boston at the beach, he was calling TB a snitch.
Yeah.
Like that type of wordplay, it was the wrong wordplay, man. Why are you calling him a snitch? He didn't really snitch nothing out. You guys didn't do a crime. So what do you mean
If they
you
didn't
a
do
snitch?
a crime, how was he snitching?
How's he snitching? Like, you know what I mean? I think it would have been a different type of wordplay for that. I don't know.
It was almost like Christian was, saying like, why are you ratting them out, man? Why are you ratting them out?
Like you're a snitch, you're a rat. He said, "You snitch. Snitch what? You're not a snitch. If you didn't do anything, you're not a snitch."
What about that comment about burying fucking someone under her Bev's beach house? Like, what the fuck was that all about?
When was that?
In the trial, the beginning, they said that one of her nephews or a relative of hers said they were going to bury someone under her beach house.
Under
Bev's beach house? Under Bev's beach house.
God damn.
Come on, he's cracking, bro. You want me to pull up the You want me to pull up the piece where Yanetti's talking about it? And what's her name?
Hold on, man. I gotta. Jay Brill, you out there?
What are you
Jay
talking
Brill, you out
about,
there?
Bro,
that
that happened, bro.
I believe it. Go ahead, pull it. Listen, relax. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember that. That didn't stick out to me. Under Bev's, though, you're saying Bev?
Under Bev's beach house, bro. Yes, under Bev's beach house. They were
Who's going to bury who? Sean McCabe said that?
Sean McCabe said that, yes. About burying someone, I forget, maybe Turtle Boy or someone under Bev's beach house.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now you put more context. You said bury. You never said who they were going to bury.
I didn't know who they were going to bury for sure, but I'm pretty sure
that was in the trial. That was in the trial.
That was brought up in one of the hearings before the trial for her.
One of the hearings before. Yeah. Sean McCabe said that. I remember Matt McCabe. Yeah, but it wasn't in the trial. Exactly. See, context.
Before the
say
trial.
It was in the trial.
I'm hearing before the trial.
I remember that he was talking. It was recorded, right? He said he wants to bury. I remember that. Yeah. But when you said in the trial, that definitely wasn't in the trial. But yeah. That was something that was brought up for sure. Like, why would someone say that?
If I said in the trial, I'm sorry. I meant a hearing before the trial.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. It's all good. But no, that's a good point, though. That's a good thing to bring up because why say that? Why get so mad like that? Why not just come out and go on like think about it. If they created a channel, right? And they could if you were being accused of something that you had nothing to do with it, right? And you could debunk everything they say, you would do it. It would be that easy because you know why? You got the truth on your side. You would just say it. You wouldn't feel wrong about doing it. You would just do it. You would just say it. You would just and that's what you would do. But they didn't do that. He's like, I took the high road and we went with the courts. No, you was hoping that this was going to be a different outcome. That's what you hoped. That's what you were gambling. You know. Look at this dude's face. Watch this.
I knew they knew each other. You're saying that they were acquaintances? No, I guess they're friends. You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends. Was there something confused? Yeah, they're friends.
You actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door.
No, I knew they knew each other. You're saying that they were acquaintances? No, I guess they're friends. You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends. Was there something confused? Yeah, they're friends.
You actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door.
I don't think so.
He was
What's
like
that?
He was like a third base coach, bro.
Come on, man. That shit looks crazy, man. That shit looks nuts. He said, I think Higgins and Big Bad Brian A were friends. I think they were. Man, you knew they were friends, dude. Cut it out, bro. Stop it. Look at this shit, bro.
Contacted you telephonically. Called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
So he's talking about the feds.
Yeah.
Look at her reaction to the feds. All right. This is an innocent person's reaction to the feds.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know. They didn't know.
They didn't know. She's looking right at the jury.
I was just gonna say that. You see how she makes sure she looks at the jury.
Oh, they didn't know. No, the feds didn't. What did you say when the feds ran out? Because you thought you were done, right? You had to make a phone call, but you thought the shit was going down. You wouldn't think like this. You would not think shit is going down if you're innocent. I'm telling you right now. Let me tell you something.
That's
The best thing about life, right? I did a lot of shit in my life, right? The best thing is to know when you ain't got nothing to hide. When you're just like, hey man, here's my license, here's my registration. The fuck out of here. Beat it. You ain't got no warrants, you ain't got nothing, you know what I mean? And listen, when you have that hanging over your head, that's the type of personality that you end up having. When you know that there's something's untied, you know what I mean? Or like it's like a door unlocked. You ever leave your door unlocked and you drive, you're halfway up the highway and you're like, fuck, I think I left my door unlocked.
Yeah.
Right? It's on your mind all day.
Until you get home.
Here you go.
Yeah, I'm turning the fuck around, bro. I'm telling you that.
You told them that you were not Jennifer McKay. They asked you who you were. You
Didn't know.
correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McKay. They asked you who you were. You said, "I'm Nicole."
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
I've never seen a
little
Fed look
when
like a
the ice
salesman.
cream truck was at the street next door, and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come?
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McKay. They asked you who you were. You said, "I'm Nicole."
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
No, I'm not the homeowner.
You should ask what type of car they pulled up in.
She knew exactly
who they were. You could tell a Fed. You can't. Ain't no Fed gonna look like a salesman. Sorry.
Exactly. Thank you. That's a great point. They come walking up with their gun on their side.
Yeah.
Fucking badge hanging out.
You could smell them, man. I hate to say it.
Come on, dude. As soon as that Fed car rolls up, you know they're a Fed. Like, they don't drive regular cars. They drive cars that will say, I'm a Fed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said, no, I'm not Jen. I'm not Jen. I'm Nicole. So let me run in real quick so she can make the phone call. And that's what she did. She ran in and she made a phone call and told everybody the feds are here. That's what she did.
That sounds like someone that has a warrant that says, no, I'm not this person. I'm that person.
Dude, it's going down, dude. She knows it's going down, dude. Like, they're doing everything they can, like, to go with the script. Like, they have to go through this defamation. Like, to them, they have to do this.
Make
like,
sure
they
you
have
tell them the guy didn't go in the house.
Like, it's like they have to, like, they feel like that's the problem. They stuck with the law. Their biggest problem was, like he said, we took the high road and went to the law. So now you're still going to the law. And now you're going to the defamation, the civil way. But the thing is, if you guys would have did it, if you guys, even if you were guilty, well, you are guilty. In my opinion, you guys are guilty of something. I don't know what, but definitely it seems like you guys are guilty of some shit going down. Right? I don't know who did what. I don't know. We really don't know, right? But definitely guilty. John O'Keefe, you guys know what happened to John O'Keefe. I'll just leave it at that. That's my opinion.
I could
Disclaimer. Disclaimer.
I
Disclaimer.
agree 100%.
That's my opinion. But I'll tell you, you guys didn't go to the internet to fight this. So now you have to stick to the script and stay in the courts because they're telling you we got your back in the courts. As long as you stay in the courts, we have your back. The problem with that is that you guys all together look crazy. Like that picture with all of them together recently, it looks nuts. It's like it doesn't look right, man. Everything you said, your transcripts, none of this. That's the thing. I don't think you guys understand being transcribed. So if you say anything different on the next, on the civil suit, if you guys start changing the story up a little bit, it's all going to come back and all be added up. It's only going to get worse. And then you guys are going to have to turn to the internet. So the point is, the time you turn to the internet to try to get some type of following, it's already going to be against you. You guys should have went to the internet to begin with. But most people who are guilty won't go to the internet because they're afraid. And you guys thought the courts, you guys thought the power of the Commonwealth would shut shit down. And it didn't. It backfired in your face. They couldn't save you. And I talked to someone about the big bad Brian A. when the next day they talked about Karen getting found not guilty. I talked to someone about that in law enforcement, and I said, "What do you guys see when you see Brian A. What I just do when you see big bad Brian A. in this interview the next day talking about Karen Reed's innocence, and the person says, I see a person who lost all power. I see a person that realizes that they only helped them as far as they're going to go. You know what I mean? And that's from somebody in law enforcement that said that. That's as far, like, I see a person that's like, realizes they went as far as they can go. And that's it. You're on your own now, buddy. That's what they said they seen. So just some insight, And Kev, what are you doing over there, bro? You chasing a fucking mouse? What are you doing?
I'm trying to turn that light down. I thought it was kind of like glaring me out, man. Oh, that's a little better. My bad, guys.
That's all right. What do you feel about that Karen Reed? I mean, that Jen McCabe statement right there?
Why didn't the feds introduce themselves when they approached her? I mean, I don't think I don't think I would have lied about my name, but and my identity, I mean, she was scared. She was hiding something, She was hiding something, and I'll tell you this, man, she made a series of phone calls after that. Let's not forget that she was informed not to.
And she also lied about who she called.
And she did that anyways, And then when we discovered what was being, transpiring back and forth with their conversation, I mean, it told its own tale. And I'm sure, I see like people in the chat responding. I'm sure they did. I'm sure that when they approached her, they stated what they were there for, especially, walking up on a female. I mean, nowadays they cover their own ass,
Absolutely.
That case was, it just seemed like, every other day there was something new, something crazy, I mean, it was like, it's like season 1, season 2. I mean, it's like, it was crazy, it's what it made it feel like it was just I'll tell you, man, I wonder how many times her name was Googled during those cases. Crazy. You said something about the dog bites, Jay, bro. I mean,
yeah.
They just them getting rid of the dog. I mean, that all that shit was just so crazy. I mean, and you could
Bro, that's
tell.
a sign of guilt, bro. Like in the everyday world, that's a sign of guilt, no matter which way you look at it, bro.
Yeah,
They got rid of everything, their whole life. They had generations in that house, and they sold it 50 grand under book value just to sell it so fast. Come on, that don't make sense.
Usually, I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm usually, when something's generational like that, I mean, your first intentions is to pass it on to somebody else in the family.
Right, which they have how many sons and daughters?
So that was a little odd to stomach, because when you put that in a factor, you would think like, somebody else would have wanted a chance to carry on that tradition or legacy, or keep that property, in their family. It's just
one thing I said since day one: go dig up that pool, and I bet you'll find a whole bunch of evidence. Go uncement that pool, and I bet you there'll be a lot of evidence in there.
Yeah.
Well, with that being said, hold on a second, guys.
Long gamers, it is time to match the energy. Let's feel the energy.
J.F.K. in the mix.
Come on.
People get up. People get up. Stomp your feet. Let's get down.
Match the energy. Turbulence in the chat keeps the plane running. We are all we got. The pivot is magical. One's up.
J.F.K. in the mix.
You only listen to cowboy shit.
Don't call me much, but she loves this place. And I gotta find her. I don't smoke, but she does when she drinks. So I got a lighter. I like whiskey, she likes tequila. So I take one of both. Just in case she walks in, I'll be good to go. She only dances to cowboy songs. Loves to get lost in the moment. She comes alive when the neon's on. Don't wanna leave till it's closing. So I got a 20 on the jukebox to keep it playing. Anything that sounds like wailing. And right here's where I'll be staying all night long. Cause she only dances to cowboy songs. She only dances to cowboy songs.
Let's go.
She makes love like an Amarillo rain. Just something about her. One night with her making can't live without her. If she moves through 3 chords, then the truth might give me every chance.
What up, Becky?
Steel guitar will steal her heart if anything.
Come on.
She only dances to cowboy songs. Loves to get lost in the moment. She comes alive when the neon's on. Don't wanna leave till it's closing. So I got a 20 on the jukebox to keep it playing. Anything that sounds like wailing. And right here's where I'll be staying all night long. Cause she only dances to cowboy songs. She only dances to cowboy songs. I've been wasting quarters waiting for her, just in case she shows. And I'll be back tomorrow if she don't. She only dances to cowboy songs. Loves to get lost in a moment.
She love to get
comes
lost.
alive when the neon's on. Oh, she's
She comes alive. Let's go.
She's leaving with me when it's closing. So I got a 20 on jukebox to keep it playing.
I got a 20 on the jukebox to keep it playing. Come on, let's match the energy. Let's go.
Sounds like wailing. And right here's where I'll be staying all night long. Cause she only dances to cowboy
Night shift nomad coming through, matching the energy on the jukebox. Let's go.
songs. She only dances to cowboy songs.
We're going to keep that jukebox going. You only dance to the cowboy song. Let's do a little mashup. Let's go. Y'all ready? JFK in the mix. I said, are y'all ready? We got 20 on the jukebox. Come on.
Long gamers, it is time to match the energy. Let's feel the energy.
JFK in the mix.
Come on.
Come on. I ain't fucking around tonight. Come on, man. I'm trying to put on a good show. Let's go.
I don't come in much, but you love this place. And I gotta find her. And I don't smoke, but she does when she drinks. So I got a lot of her. And I like whiskey, she like tequila. So I take one to bowl. So just in case she walks in, I'll be good and go. She only dances a cowboy song. She let her get lost in the moment. She come alive when the neon's on. She don't wanna leave till it's closing. So I got 20 on the jukebox to keep it
20.
playing. Anything
Rocking.
that sound like Waylon. Right here's where I'll be staying all night long. 'Cause she only dances a cowboy songs. Grab your phone and let's get keen. I got five.
Thank you, Avril. Michelle, Steve, Juanita. Thank y'all so much. Let's go half. Let's go.
She make love like an ember and rain. Something about her. When I'm with her, can make anyone think they can't live without her. When she rolled through 3 chords in the truth, give me half a 10.
Not today.
Still guitar goes still ain't hard. There's anything. She only dances a cowboy song. She let her get lost in the moment.
Thank you, Not Today Satan.
Got 20 on the jukebox to keep it playing. Anything that sound like Waylon.
Becky, what up?
Right here's where I'll be staying all night long. 'Cause she only dances a cowboy songs. Grab your phone and let's get keen. I got 5 messing with that and no weed. I got 5 got me stuck in out so bad. I got 5 let's go have a night. She only dances a cowboy songs.
You know what it is.
You're rocking with the best.
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
Static.
Yo, it's bottoms up, right?
Static selector.
Barely see my home.
Hold on. Let's keep it country. Are we in the country tonight? If you didn't know, JFK is in the country.
Pretty night guy, pretty girl drinking with me, claiming they don't get high. Oh, yeah, you say, shout it, bet you do.
Jan and Ryan, what up?
You probably ran into me in your neighborhood wearing a hustle gang hoodie with a bag full of goodies. The up, jump, the boogie toe, shout it, she'll do it, and I bet you she'll prove me right. So pop a bottle, turn it up.
Taking it back.
Oh no, we staying in the country though. Come on. You know JFK.
You know JFK is working on that mix.
Come on, man. What are we doing? Here we go. Seems like yesterday you rocked the show.
Used to chase that chatting on the friend. Couple of kids in a Chevrolet. Catch a little
CMK, thank you.
Sipping on some from paper sack. You hang your shirt on a maple limb. Slipping through the moon of the riverbed. Wasn't very long, I was jumping in. Guess I'm still doing now what I was doing then. Every step I take, every move I make, every single day, every time I pray, I'm missing you. Thinking of the day when you went away. What a lot to take, what a mind to break, I'm missing you.
Talk to him. Here we go. Something like this.
Yeah, you used to talk about LA. Heard you got as far as Santa Fe. Yeah, you know I tried to track you down. Only got as far as Guitar Town.
to know.
Know that I haven't given up. I'm just on your radio. Every step I take, every move I make, every single day, every time I pray, I've been missing you. Hanging on the bed, when you went away. What a life to take, what a mind to break. I've been missing you. Every step I take, every move I make, every single day, every time I pray, I've been missing you. Hanging on the bed, when you went away.
Hold on. Uh-huh. Here we go.
On a train bound for nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep, so we took turns staring out the window at the darkness. Till boredom overtook us, and he began
Come on,
to
man.
speak. He said, "Son,
Here we
I
go.
lead a life out of reading people's faces.
R.I.P. Kenny.
Knowing what the cards were by the way they held their eyes. So if you don't mind my saying, I can see you're out of bases for a taste of your whiskey. I'll give you some advice." So
How's it go?
handed him my bottle, and he drank down my last swallow. Then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got really quiet, and his face lost all expression. Said, "If you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right."
How's it go? Uh-huh.
Know when to fold 'em,
What you gotta do?
know when to walk away, and know
Uh-huh.
when to
Know
run.
when to run. Count your money.
Sitting at the table, there'll be time
Uh-huh.
enough for counting when the deal
Yo, LV Eddie, what's up? Yeah, LV Eddie, you smacked it on YouTube. Love your mix.
rolling down backwoods, Tennessee byway. One arm on the wheel,
We in the country, boys,
my lover,
with a bunch of fitted hats. Well, Hood Book is taking over the country tonight.
all southern thrill. Worked hard all week,
Wait till these country girls get a load of us.
got a little jingle on a Tennessee Saturday night. Couldn't feel better. I'm together with my Dixieland.
All I gotta do is say, "Hey, girl, you want to go get a cup of coffee?" And that's it. Lights out, country girl. What are we doing?
Spend my dollar, park in a holler, neath the mountain moonlight. Hold her up tight, make a little loving, a little turning loving.
Going to see Alabama in August. Anyone else? Let's go.
It's my life, oh, so right.
Woo!
My Dixieland delight.
Hacksaw is up in it. Hacksaw, man, these
What do you
beats,
want?
man. What? What's up, Kevy Kev?
What do you want? What are you driving out there in these hills?
Oh man, I'm out here.
I mean, come
I
on, now.
should-
You got to think about it now. You got the tailgate. I keep hearing that you got the tailgate down.
Oh, they got everything out here, bro. They drive around big trucks, bro. All the trucks are big. You know what I'm saying? They got the hydraulics on them. They all drive with the butt down.
Yeah,
Front up.
I've seen those. Didn't they make that illegal though down there now?
Nah.
In South Carolina, I believe they did, because when I went down there, I seen them a lot. Like
a lot of old schools, bro. A lot of old school whips, man. A lot of Jeeps. I just seen a bunch of Jeeps out here, but a lot of trucks with the crazy ass exhaust that make the funny noises and shit with the whistles and all that.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Just every dude just looked like Morgan Wallen. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Down beside that red firelight. Oh, you gonna let it all hang out. Fat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world
Getting
go round.
down and dirty with LV Eddie.
Oh, you gonna take me home tonight. Oh, down beside that red firelight. Oh, you gonna
Yeah, a lot of Jeep Cherokees for sure. How about this? Let's slow it up a little bit.
One day you're gonna see my mugshot from a night when I got a little too drunk. Hear a song about a girl that I lost from the times when I just wouldn't grow up. And when you ain't a kid no more, I hope you don't think less of me. I try to hide my falling shore, but you're gonna see. And out in that bottle's my kryptonite, brings a man still down to his knees. Don't always know my own from right. Sometimes I'm my own worst enemy. No, I don't always save the day, but you know for you I'll always try. I do the best I can, but Superman's still just a man sometimes. Oh, sometimes. One day the way to this cold world gonna find its way down onto your back. One night the wolves will get closer, and you'll be the one there running straight at. Don't you back down, don't you run. Stand your ground, stick to your guns. And you ain't gonna dodge every punch, but just know you ain't the only one.
Thank you so much for that.
Man, that bottle's my kryptonite, brings a man still down to his knees. Don't always know my own from right. Sometimes I'm my own worst enemy.
Woo! And I don't always save the day. No. Nah. Don't ever get it fucked up. Your boy Teddy Swims is a straight country boy.
I took a page out of your favorite book. You showed me lies just by the way you look. Taught me a language that I'll never speak. Baby, that ain't for me. That ain't for me. I dug my grave watching the way you move. You took me higher than I ever flew. Too many times gave you a second chance. Baby, I'm just a man. I'm just a man. No, I'm thinking about you late night. No, I'm running around with your friends and I'm picking the pieces of my soul about the floor. I said I
would die for you, baby.
I would die for you, baby. But I can't take this pain no more. I thought I was willing, but tonight I saved my life when I showed you the door. I don't want to lose you, baby, but I can't play this game no more. I thought it would kill me, but tonight I saved my life when I showed you the door.
doing now, what I was doing then. Chasing you like a shot of whiskey. Burning, going down, burning, going down. Chasing you like those goodbye tail lights. Headed west to anywhere out of this nowhere town. Chasing that freedom, chasing that feeling that got gone too soon. Chasing that you and me, I only see in my review. Well, I'm laying here tonight holding someone new. Still chasing you, still chasing you.
It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Warren G was on the streets trying to consume some skirts for the E, so I could get some phones. Rolling in my ride, chilling all alone.
Just hit the east side of the LBC on a mission trying to find Mr. Warren G. Seen a car full of girls, ain't no need to tweak. All of you search know what's up with 213.
So I hooked select.
Nate Dogg and Warren G had to
Long gamers, it is time to match the energy.
Heard you got as far as Santa Fe. The way you know I tried to track you down. I only got as far as Guitar Town. Singing about a girl I used to know, used to know, used to know.
What are we doing?
That I haven't given up, I'm just on your radio.
Here we go.
You like a shot of whiskey.
I walked outside.
Oh
shit. We in the hood? Or the hood?
Headed west to anywhere out of this nowhere town. Chasing that freedom, chasing that feeling that got gone too soon. Chasing that you and me, I only see in my review. Yeah, I'm laying here tonight holding someone new. Still chasing you, still chasing you.
Are you ready? Come on, come on. Match the energy turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. Come on. J.F.K. in the mix.
Right now. I call you bluff. In the middle of the night, pull it right back up. Yeah, my friends say let her go. Your friends say what the hell, I wouldn't trade your kind of love for nothing else. Oh baby, last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all.
Said it all. Keep it rocking. Let's keep it going. Something like this. Let's take it back to the 70s. Let's switch it up. Are we just spools? I don't know. My man Mikey McDonald.
He came from somewhere back in her long ago. The sentimental fool don't see trying hard to recreate what had yet to be created. Once in her life, she musters a smile for his nostalgic tale. Never coming near what he wanted to say.
He must have smiled from his nostalgic tale. Like the shit they were penning back then. And that's exactly what I'm doing now. I'm making you smile from that nostalgic tale. Goddamn, Mike, you knew back in what, 78? What the fucking year was this?
Only to realize it never really was. She had a place in his life. He never made her think twice. As she rises to her apology, anybody else would surely know. He's watching her go. But if you believe he sees, the wise man has the power to reason away what seems to be is always better than nothing.
Yes, took you on a little ride, man. 78. I was right about 78.
You
My
were.
man JFK knows, son. Man JFK was out. I was out there in 78.
The year I was born.
Yeah, I was out there. Wow. Wow. But so we actually took down we actually edited the Natalie video, right? And this is what this live stream is about. We're 2 hours in. So I figured, we would just be us, talk, kick it, take it up to 39,000 feet with the music. I hope you guys enjoyed the mix. Your man JFK, make sure I put together some mixes to open up your mind. If you don't like country music, I try to add in some mashups and things like that to make
Well,
you
I
feel
can't
the
speak
vibes.
for everyone, but I appreciate all your hard work.
I appreciate that.
God damn.
And
Me too, man. You know that.
all right, man, we working. And I'll tell you this. I'll tell you. I just try to get the feel. You know what I mean? Like, the music is not what you hear, man. It's what you feel. And like, if you don't like us, that's just because you don't feel us. I think more so people, the audience that we have, that it's the energy. That's why I say match the energy. Like they feel us. And that's what it's all about, is the feeling. It's not really about what you're saying. It's the feeling, the energy. Because not every single time the words are going to come out right,
That's right.
And that's a fact. That's what's live streaming. We
That's
just
right.
go.
We live. We live.
But yeah,
people.
so let's go over the interview with Natalie in the new format, and we'll stop it through, and we'll talk about some of the questions. You guys can stop me when you want, whenever you guys want to stop me, and say, okay, add to it, take from it, and things like that. If that makes any sense. Mic check to the gods. Does that work for you?
Checker, Mike. Checker.
There.
All right, so we got this new video out right now. It's the edited version. Did you see it yet?
Yeah. Yep. Put together nicely.
It was just a light edit. It was very light edit. It wasn't done like, I just very lightly edited it. It wasn't nothing fancy, nothing to write home about, but it just stuck to the questions, you know. You don't have to sometimes you don't have to do everything. You don't have to go for the death blow, man. You could go for you can hit him with the jab. I love me some country as well. Loved it. Thank you so much, Weird, for River Accent. I appreciate you. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And remember, if you guys are trying to hit up Jason BM90 on the Cash App or Kevy Kev 781 on the Cash App for sure. If you appreciate their hard work, and let's play this video.
Let's go.
How was she and going to school? Was she into sports like when she was younger, say like elementary school? Did you guys have her in sports, or like what type of kid was she, if you don't mind?
No, that's okay. So we tried a couple things. We tried volleyball. That wasn't her thing. We did ballet and tap and stuff, and she kind of liked that, but she wanted to do that more with like friends and stuff. She really likes karate, right? Yeah, she loved karate and that whole thing. So yes, that was her favorite thing.
And she had no problem with school. Did she get into fights or anything like that? How was she? Did she work and play with others good?
So it's not. She didn't. She had challenges. Okay, there was a lot of fisticuffs with like teachers and whatnot.
Did she keep the same group of friends from like elementary to junior high to high school? Were they the same group of friends like throughout?
Yeah, she stayed pretty friendly with all of them throughout. Mm-hmm.
And how are they feeling now about this whole situation? Is it divided, or
I don't know. I don't know. I'm giving everybody their space. Everybody's allowed to feel how they feel. It's okay.
Muted.
But thank you. When she said that she doesn't know if everybody's divided. What do you guys feel about that? Do you think that was an accurate statement?
No, there's clearly a division.
What about you, Kevy?
Muted, Kev.
God damn, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can clearly see that there's a division. It just so happens it seems like everybody turned their back on this family.
Exactly. Becky just said the same thing you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn, Becky, I don't got my 125s. Good.
What's those ones called again, Kevy Kev?
These ones, these are my fucking
Nanny daycare. 125.
Kindergarten cops. Shit. God damn.
Now, when she was young, there was no diagnosis with anything like that. Did you ever take her for like an evaluation or anything like that? Did you see anything like that might have been off with her? And I mean that with all due respect.
Well, no, that's okay. She's always had like anxiety. Like, who doesn't have anxiety in today's world, though, right? So that's not like super uncommon. But so we were trying to get her some anxiety meds, and then I was like, well, maybe it's ADHD, which is also not super common with kids today because there's so many distractions, right? And their the devices are constantly going off with notifications. And I was trying to get her to maybe see if it's that or something. So I never got to finish with that part, but
I want to get to the jails that she went to. So in 2022, she was being held in a DYS, like a youth service, right? When did she get transferred? So she said that she never like finished like the evaluation or things like that. So she actually really never known if there was an issue. Like she said, she didn't really give us a clear answer to that question. She said she had anxiety. What's the anxiety? Because anxiety, could stem from a lot of things,
Definitely. But I mean, I just want to say, like, when they say evaluated, I mean, usually at a young age, whether or not, something's off, You know what I'm saying? Even going through the school systems, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it seems like, if you're not aware of it, they are.
You think she was truthful about that? What do you think? Think she was truthful about that answer? Real?
About the anxiety and stuff?
Like, yeah, was she like, if there was like a bipolar diagnosis or something like that, or they said something, you think she would have told us, or you think she's being true?
I think if there was a diagnosis, she would have definitely said there was.
Okay.
But, I don't know.
What do you guys think, chat? You guys think she's being truthful or no? With that?
I honestly, too, I think she might be choosing her words wisely because if there is an appeal, they don't want to mess anything up. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, would that help her, though? If she says she had bipolar and there was something mentally wrong with her, wouldn't that help the situation?
Definitely would help the situation.
Well, I would assume it would help.
I mean, not for nothing, but, you have to, when I think of it, if she admits that there was, an underlying, health condition, I mean, that's gonna point the finger back at the parenting, you're still making.
I mean, at this point, though, you have to point at the parenting a little bit in this situation.
Yes, but and we're talking. I mean, I'm not talking about her getting evaluated after,
No, we're talking about when she was a kid.
I'm talking about when she was a kid growing up.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Well, that's my point. Like, do you want to that's some harsh news, man. Like when you take your kid to go get evaluated.
You sometimes
don't
want to accept that. You don't want to accept that.
You don't want to accept it because then you got to start looking at your own genes. Because if they say there's something wrong with your kid, you got to turn around and start looking around and see in your family who has what they're saying.
A lot of that bipolar and all that's all hereditary too, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. Like if your kid comes out with like, if they say your kid got a borderline personality disorder, you got to start looking around and see who in your family has it and how they turn out. That's the first thing you do, or something like that, and that's tough. And that's like Kevin said, you might not want to accept that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 90% of the time, I mean, it's like,
And I'm not saying that the kid, her daughter has that, but I'm just using that type of her daughter could be, low on the spectrum, or could be bipolar, because what's the anxiety coming from? You know what I mean? Like, because when you get anxiety, you get depressed. When you're scared all the time, or you're worried about something all the time, then that can lead to depression. Like creeping up to that age, you might not want to go out and be. And here's the thing: if you know your kid got anxiety when she was little, like she says, why would you have your kid smoking all this weed? Isn't that like, wouldn't that like, not for nothing? You Google something. Well, here we go. Jay Brill's gonna come in. Weed calms you down.
Listen,
Fixes everything.
Like Kev said the other day, though, there are specific marijuana strains that does help with anxiety, that does help with depression medically, But
what weed strain? Honestly, good.
Can I just bring this up? I mean, 95% of the time, if you want a marijuana medical card, you're claiming that you have, anxiety or,
Yeah.
I mean, if you want a medical marijuana card, you're claiming the same shit if you want a service dog. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Same shit.
Like you can go on like these websites and like at the dispensaries, they tell you what the marijuana strain is for, like anxiety, make you happy, make you down, sleepy, euphoric. There's a whole different.
No matter what, you smoke weed. I smoked a lot of weed in my day. No matter what you smoke weed, your brain gets open. And if her problem is thinking, and I don't know if that's her problem, be clear, but if her problem is thinking, which usually it is when you have anxiety, you overthink. Smoking weed would only make you think deeper. No? Question.
That's perfect for me because I'm that person. When I smoke, I overthink.
Now,
I think
so. You have anxiety. That's anxiety.
I definitely have a form of anxiety. I definitely do. Like I'm a wicked overthinker. I'll think myself into depression, like, But
Tim. Well, I mean, when you put it, God damn, Jay.
Yo, he said,
I'm just keeping it real, bro. That shit
hold on,
with depression.
Shit, how'd I get skipped, bro?
Yo, I'll pick myself.
Keeping it 100, huh, bro?
Always keeping it 100, bro.
God damn, people.
Yo, you want to laugh your ass off? I'm gonna give you the story. I'm gonna tell you the story real quick.
Now you sure it's live, brother. It's live.
I don't give a fuck.
You want to tell me off the camera?
I have no shame in my game, bro. I'm not afraid to tell my stories.
All right. You sure though?
Yeah, I'm definitely sure. So,
and no, let me be clear. Let me be clear.
Hey,
let me be clear.
Story time with Jay Brill. God,
let me be clear. I'm not laughing about your anxiety or your depression. I'm laughing at the way you said it. I'm laughing at the way you said it.
We're good. I know we're on the same mind. We're cut from the same cloth, bro. I'm built tough.
All right, brother.
So, right, one day, I was probably like, I don't know, I was in my 30s. It was way before weed was legal. And we went for a blunt ride, me, one of my close friends, and my nephew. He was of age at the time, let's be clear. And he's older now, obviously. But, bro, we got pulled over by the Mass State Police. And I was smoking. And they took me out of the car and everything. And bro, I've never had a panic attack in my life, ever. And this one day, bro, I'm telling you, I had such a panic attack where I was like shaking because obviously I had weed on me. I had like.
Was it cold out that day?
No,
Was
it
it
wasn't
cold?
cold. It was hot as shit. It was
One of
summer.
was one of your legs bouncing, bro? Like you
Bro,
couldn't
my knees
control
were
it?
shaking. I was trembling
God
so
damn.
bad. The Lawrence cop that was there, he's like, yo, you good? I said, bro, I don't know what the fuck is going on with me. I never been like this before. I straight out had a panic attack. He's like, yo, you want me to call an ambulance for you? I'm like, hell no. Hell no, I'm good.
Yeah, bro. God, they dialed 911.
I'm like, nah.
Did you have the cops dial 911?
Nah, but the thing is, like, I've never had a panic attack until that day, bro. And that was like the worst feeling I've ever had. And honestly, it made me think about quitting. I was like, oh, hell no. That was like one of the
You never
worst.
had a panic attack after that?
Never had a panic attack after that.
Do you ever anticipate that feeling, though? Like that feeling that you had that day, do you ever worry about it coming back?
No, not really. To tell you the truth, like,
And see, that's the thing. When you suffer panic attacks, right? You anticipate them because the feeling is like life or death. Like when
Right.
you have a panic attack, the first thing you're thinking that there's something wrong, and you start thinking the worst. You start thinking, is this it? Is this the end? Am I all done? Right? And so then you anticipate that, And usually, if it happens when you're smoking weed, right? Like the weed triggers it. Then every time you smoke weed, especially if you have a panic attack on weed. So every time you smoke weed, therefore after, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Something like that. You're going to anticipate, all right, I just smoked. I hope this doesn't happen again. So, it gives you, and that's what I'm saying. Like her being young like that, having anxiety, I guess she didn't really open up, really tell us, what type of anxiety it was, how intense it was. But if there was panic attacks, that can be very scary. That's called paranoia induced by weed, for sure.
Could definitely be, but that was like,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Weird Fall River accent. Yeah, it's true though. I mean, I just think this weed nowadays, you know what I mean? Like being that young and growing, I just don't, and not knowing what your kids like. I don't know, man. I feel bad if a kid does have anxiety and smokes some killer weed, bro, and they have a fucking panic attack, man. I would hate to see a kid at 17 having a panic attack because it's like at that point, that's the baseline, right? Like, so a kid has a panic attack and think they're dying. So now they have that feeling locked in. And now that's going to travel with them all through life. See, that's the thing. I didn't have a panic attack until I was like later on in life. So like it escaped me. But imagine having one at 16, like that would have fucked my whole shit up. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't have been as outgoing. I'm sure of it. I would have been more, crippled because you would be anticipating it. Like, oh man, is there something wrong with me? I just never thought like that. I mean, I did time in jail and I never thought for 1 minute that something was going to happen to me in there. I never thought like the day, when I'm in there, the world was going to end, or when I get out, people were going to be dead. I never thought like that ever. I was always optimistic, always never thought about that until later on in life. So to have a kid have them thoughts early is scary, man. And I pray for them kids going through that, man. These deep thinkers, these kids that have these issues. And if they do have these issues and they really don't know how to decipher them, I don't know if smoking a big fat blunt is going to help them. That's all I'm saying. So,
yeah, I mean, and you bring up a good point about like, just, drugs, period. I mean,
period, man.
If she's just say that she's prescribed, some anxiety medication. I mean, she's taking, a couple of beans a day. I mean, you can't mix that with the marijuana or alcohol or anything like that. I mean, you're going to get it's either not going to work or it's going to, enhance it. So
prayers to your 12-year-old. Well, prayers to you. I don't know if your kid's 12, but what the duck? Prayers to your child. For sure. And it's tough, man. Navigate through it. Well, that's the reason why. Like, I think like people like someone like What the Duck who's going through that. When you see like her father say, "Hey, I just let her smoke weed because how am I supposed to stop it?" Do the old school thing, that old school talk. How am I supposed to stop them? I just, like it's kind of like back in the day. Like I remember some of my kids' parents used to let let us use the car at 15. We had no license. They would throw us the keys and say, run to the store for us. You know, it's just like, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's not, and I get him and her being transparent with the weed smoking and all that, but maybe that wasn't the right thing to do. I mean, because now we see her inside jail and all these different things, her actions. Question is, does she have any mental health issues? And that's always been my question. What do you think? Do you guys think or no?
She could be bipolar. She could be manic depressant. You know, like you really can't see those signs until they act out. So there possibly could be some type of diagnosis.
I mean, I heard that she was on medication at a young age, so I would think there is some kind of, you know, I mean, if there was some corrective action back then, there's got to be something.
Behind Blue Eyes says, I run a mental health practice. Teenagers today are really scary what they try and what they do. And it worries me for all the parents and the teen for sure. That's awesome, man. You run a mental health practice.
That's another thing these days.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor and can we all get a free evaluation? Me, Kevy Kev, and Jay Brill, and fucking help us.
Well, that's another thing these days. Like, you really can't discipline your kids because DCF gets involved quick, fast, and in a hurry if you just yell at your kid. Like, you know. So it's kind of hard these days trying to discipline.
You think so? I don't think so.
Without a doubt, bro. Without a doubt. Like,
what do you mean? So what do you mean? Like you say, you mean you've got a soft parent? The soft parenting is not the thing. Like,
I'm not.
You do.
So my daughter's mother has an autistic son, nonverbal. And years ago, when she was sleeping, you know, he escaped from her house. You know, she didn't know. She was sleeping. She woke up and the cops are at her door saying, is this your son? You know, DCF got involved. Like, they will, you know, and the point of me saying that is because my daughter lived there and they had to contact me, and they had, like, I told them straight up, you know, you guys are quick to accuse people, quick to take people's kids for nothing. Like, you got to be careful what you tell them. Just saying the wrong thing will get your kids removed from the house. It's just, you know, it's just, they've gotten so strict with disciplining kids these days that, you know, it's hard to, like, once you.
What do you mean discipline it? Like, as far as like giving them the old backhand, you mean? Like, is that what you're saying? Like, you can't hit your kids? Is that what you're saying?
Anything. You can yell at your kid and your kid can call DCF and put our own, you know, oh, they hit me, they yell at me, I'm not treated well, I'm neglected. And then now there's a whole big investigation into your house, you know, like you go to school and your kid says something wrong and now DCF is involved getting in your life. Like, it's just, it's crazy. Like, especially in math.
Something to be scared. Yes, it's something to be scared about for sure. Because people can make, well, because people are all, you know, like you said, people like to talk, you know, and slander you. For sure.
Oh, we know that all too well.
Yeah. Well, no, good point, Jay, bro. Let's continue on. I like this conversation where it's going. Referred to adult prison. Was it when she got sentenced, or was it right when they binded her over?
It was relatively after, a little after.
Was she in juvenile basically up until the trial?
That's right.
So they kept her in juvenile, and then they so she went from a juvenile facility where, now what was that like, that juvenile facility? Like, where they treated her better? Would she be treated like a resident versus an inmate?
Love the staff at the juvenile facility. They're so nice and they love those kids. And I love them, and I'm still staying in contact with them.
What was her mind state like in that juvenile facility, Mackenzie?
That the truth will set her free.
Then she goes into the county. She goes to adult jail. What was that like? Did she ever like express like the change up?
That was a very scary situation for her and me, because, you know, you're in there with scary people, right? And some not, some are. And that was just a scary situation all the way around. A lot of unknown, treading unknown waters. We have no idea what the staff is like. And you hear all these horror stories and you see these movies about what people have to endure when they're in that situation. And she's like an 18-year-old tiny little girl.
Now, what do you guys feel about that when you do think about her size and going to these prisons at this young age? Does that do something when you just think about, I understand what happened to Dom and Davion, excuse me.
No, you said it right, Davion.
It's Davion or Davian?
Davion.
Yeah, Davion. Okay, see, I'm messing it up again.
I got your back. I'm not gonna let you.
Yeah,
I got you.
yeah. It's all good. The point is that do we think, RIP to the victims for sure. Like I get it. Like they paid the ultimate sacrifice. But when you think about, from the perception of a parent of your kid being going from this juvenile, because you got to keep in mind, I don't think a lot of people really zoned in that she was in a juvenile facility up until like her trial. I would assume that they kept her there up until her trial date and put her in the jail, the county jail, close to the courthouse for shipping purposes, from back and forth. And when she was in a juvenile facility, then had to go to adult. Like you heard her concerns. Do you think that was truthful? Them concerns?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, some of them. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, man. I'll tell you, man.
Well, you don't think she had concerns about going from juvenile to adult prison? You don't think them concerns were real?
I mean, I think she was. I think that I really, yeah. I don't really think that she was nervous for her daughter, but I don't think that she fully, knew the context of what really was going down. She was still hoping that she was going to get a bail or something, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Great point. That's a great point. I dig that. I'm with you on that one. Definitely. Great point, Kev. You didn't understand what was going on, like the seriousness of this. But if she really truly believes it's an accident,
you see, at the end of the day, any parent is going to believe their kid. Any parent. I don't care who you are. Look at Eddie O'Brien. You know what I'm saying? There's so many others you can name too that a parent will have their kids back, even if they're guilty.
Right.
That's just a parent being a parent. That's your kid. That's part of you. That's something you raised. No matter how you raised them, the way with me having two daughters, I learned, I was real strict with my oldest. And what happens if you be so strict with your kids, they're going to sneak behind your back and do shit, and then what happens if the worst happens? This way, if you could be a little lenient, your kid's going to come to you and talk to you and, tell you what they want to do, tell you how they're feeling, tell you things that they wouldn't tell you if you were super strict, it's just parenting these days it's really hard because now you got to try to do what's best for your kid and do what's right, so sometimes doing the best thing for your kid isn't the right thing, and that may affect them in the long run.
So Weird Fall River accent. Thank you, Jay, bro, for sharing that for sure. You're right. Weird Fall River accent says she had 36 disciplinary actions recorded. And let me just touch on what 808 just said. She said, what's up with all this juvenile crap? She said she was living an adult lifestyle. Who cares about the juvenile crap? Well, for one, right, when we talk about true crime, right, when you talk about crime, there's a thing, Miss 808, called the law. LAW. I don't know if you're familiar with it, right? And the law states that if you did a crime as a juvenile, right, you could be underneath juvenile law. So I get it. Like, the fact is, I understand she was 2 days out from the juvenile thing, but technically she was a juvenile when she did it. And that's going to always be their go-to when it comes to an appeal. So that's the reason why we speak on it. And you got to understand, they don't give juveniles. I don't know about Ohio, but I know in most places they won't give anybody underneath the age of 23 life in prison without the chance of parole because their brain's not grown. So I don't know about Ohio. Someone's going to have to fill me in on that. But I know in Massachusetts, even if someone gets double life in Massachusetts, if they're underneath the age of 20 years old, right? It's 15 of life, no matter what. They have to see parole in 15 years.
Could I respond to something Miss 808 said about this woman crying? Because I thought the same thing. I was like, she's faking crying. But if you listen to her, you can't fake your nose running when you're crying, and you can hear her sniffling. So she definitely was crying. And there was tears in her eyes. If you go back and look, just to make that clear, she definitely was.
So I get it. Like if you want to talk about the case from the POV that the kid did it, she deserves everything she got. That's it. Okay, fine. But we're trying to understand the sentencing guidelines. Like there's certain things, you know what I mean, to understand. Like there, and I just want to know what's the criteria of juvenile detention, because the point is, if there was a way that the thing is, she crashed into a wall, so obviously she was suicidal. Even if she says that she wasn't suicidal, she was, right? I mean, you just don't go flying into a wall like that on purpose if you're not suicidal. I mean, one would assume. So what criteria does that fall under? Does that not fall underneath mental health? Like, what's that? I'm just trying to understand, like, sentencing. And like I said, she got what she got, ladies and gentlemen. She got 15 in life. She's doing life in prison. But I'm trying to understand, like, the angles of the appellate lawyers and the angle of this case. That's all.
And you know, I think what happens too is when we touch upon this is that, you know, we try to get an understanding of, did she receive any kind of help? Was she evaluated during the stay with the juvenile detention? What was her progress? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was her state of mind there? I mean, that speaks volumes. I mean, she's you know, at a facility like that, I believe it's more, you know, group sessions and you know, maybe a one-on-one with a counselor, try to get an idea of what's going on with your head, you know, to see where you're at. I mean, like you just said, you know, if they thought that this was suicidal or you know, she was, you know, capable of taking her own life, they're going to evaluate her. They're going to see what state of mind she's in to place her in the proper place.
I feel like what I'm saying might be too fast for you guys. And when I say that, because I feel like where the case is right now, where everybody just wants her to just take accountability for what she did, and that's it. And I get it. You guys are passionate about this. I totally get it. But the fact is, there's a huge problem with this juvenile thing. And mark my words, this is going to be an issue when it comes to the law. Like that, just believe in when I say it. Just because, and the reason why I can say it, because your man J.F.K. talked about the Eddie O'Brien case and Jay Brilliant and Kevy Kev. We talk to parents. We know how this goes. If any, like we kind of know what we're talking about a little bit, just a little, not much, just a little bit. And I can tell you them transfer hearings and them bind over hearings and all them things of how how a juvenile gets treated and all these different. I understand she was almost 18. She was living her life. I get all that. She's psycho. She's psychosis. Okay, but all that got to be proven. Did they prove that? Did they prove that, or did they just look at the crime? Like it's the same thing what's going on with Eddie O'Brien. You see what he's going on in this parole hearing, right? A doctor stepped up and said a person who does a crime like that is this and is a sadist and this and all these different things, right? But he never interviewed Eddie O'Brien. He just said the person who did that type of crime.
And then after he did talk to Eddie O'Brien, he went to his parole hearing to testify for him.
Exactly. So my point is the these people who are saying that whoever does this type of crime is this way and that way, right? They're looking at the type of crime. It was a suicide, murder, suicide. It was this way, it was that way. But did they actually sit back and get an evaluation on Mackenzie? I don't know. We got to see the transcripts. I don't know. We'll find out, right?
Yep.
And all that shit matters when it comes to juvenile law. It just does. And you heard the father talking, right? You said you heard an interview on TMZ about the dad, right?
I watched that interview with him.
What was he talking about?
He was talking about after the documentary and everything about how he said what he said. It's just, I don't know. I didn't really like the interview he did with TMZ. I think the other interview he did was better.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The one he did with the dude.
What, this last one that you just played the other day?
I didn't play it. I just talked about it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Like I said about that, like, we don't know if what he's saying is factual or not.
But he's speaking. Let me just pick it up. He's speaking about the juvenile. He said that she should have been tried as a juvenile. That's what he's saying.
Right.
He's saying that the judge threw out the aggravated murder in juvenile court. How the hell did it pop up in the adult court? I don't know how true this is. I don't know. I'm just saying that could be an issue. I'm speaking on the law standpoint of it, man. That's it. You know what I mean? Because in the end, that's what everybody's going to be talking about if she does get an appeal. Everybody's going to talk about that. So I'm just trying to get ahead of it. That's where my mind's at. Because at the end of the day, she got 15 to life. Doesn't make a difference what I think. Right now, she's a murderer, 1,000%. She got found guilty of murder.
She's definitely guilty of killing those boys.
Murder. That's it. She got found guilty. So what's next? We're gonna keep talking about how guilty she is. Okay, she's guilty. But the thing is, I think what the whole reason why Christine made a podcast, if I'm not mistaken, is to hammer home why she shouldn't get an appeal. Right? So I'm just trying to understand how she even has a leg to stand on in an appeal. So the first thing, I'm gonna go all the way back. I go right back I'm going right where it started. She was 17. She was a juvenile. Yep. She was a kid. Is that they're gonna start from that? I know nobody wants to hear it, and I respect that. I respect
the death certificate or the medical examiner's report from accidental to not accidental to murder.
How are you speaking of it from the law in Ohio if I don't know about the law in Ohio? Because I know that there's a bind over here, and I know enough about the law, my man, Hustle Cartel, right? He compared the Russo family to the Kennedys of Boston and said they didn't get a fair trial. That's wild. Hustle Cartel, aka RVA. I don't know. Are you RVA? I don't know. I feel like you're RVA, but maybe you're not.
You know, I thought.
But I'll tell you this. Let me just speak on something.
Yeah.
You're saying, how can I speak on the Ohio law? Because it's the same thing. There's a mandatory bind over here inside the Ohio law. Once you get charged with murder and you're over the age of 16 and 17. If you get charged with a felony like that, you automatically mandatory get binded over and go to adult court. Mandatory. The question is, inside that bind over hearing, the judge allegedly dropped the aggravated murder charge, which means it was a vehicular homicide, which means is she was underneath the cap to be tried as a juvenile. That's my understanding of the family that I spoke to. And I'm saying if it's the truth, I don't know how true it is. If it's the truth, then that's what they're going to run with. So how do I know? That's what I do know. What I don't know, what I don't know, be clear what I'm saying to you, right? What I don't know if Ohio law is the same as many other states that took a stance where they don't give anybody underneath a certain age life in prison without parole. I don't know if Ohio took that stance, meaning if someone's underneath the age of 21, 22 years old, even if they got double life, they would still get to see parole in 15 years. So that would be my next question. would, even if she got double life, would they still automatically have to let her see parole at 15 years because she was still underneath the brain development juvenile, even though it's not juvenile law, but it's still underneath the brain's not scientifically developed yet. So many states do that. That's the reason why Eddie O'Brien got parole, is because of that, because he was underneath that age. You know how many people in Massachusetts and all over the country are getting parole because they passed that law, the science, that underneath a certain age, your brain's not developed. So I think in LA, it's under it's 26 and under. So everybody that got life 26 and under without parole gets to see parole. I'm pretty sure in LA it's at 26. That's how high it went. Now, I don't know in Ohio if they took that stance, but I think they did. I think they might have. Now, I don't know. Could they sentence Mackenzie life without parole? That's the question I asked. Someone let me know. Could they have sentenced Mackenzie life without parole? Or did they have to mandatory give her parole because she was underneath that age? That's the question that I'm saying. So did the judge really give her a break? That's the question too. You know what I mean? Because everybody keeps saying the judge gave her a break, but not if she has to mandatory get parole after 15 years. It wouldn't even make a difference. She got double life. She would still get to see parole after 15 years. The dude Chisholm is going to see parole in 15 years in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
I'm learning on the fly, people. I'm being transparent, but I'm just going on. I know I looked into the Ohio law. It's the same thing with Massachusetts. Once you hit 16 and 17 years old in Massachusetts, if you get charged with murder, you don't get a transfer hearing. They automatically put you to adult court, automatically. But people assume just because you go to adult court that you're being held in adult facility, but you're not. You're still being held in juvenile until you actually get found guilty of the adult case. And when I speak on Mackenzie that was in a juvenile facility, the thing is, when she was in that juvenile facility, did they offer evaluations and things like that to help her try to stay in the juvenile center? And if they did, what was the diagnosis? These are all the things that I'm asking. That doesn't make a difference. She's still doing 15 to life. She's still in jail. She's still guilty. She's still a murderer. Davion, Dom, RIP, they're the victims. They're the real victims.
Absolutely.
I ain't changing your opinions. I'm not trying to change your opinion. I am not trying to change your mind. I'm just looking at it from my POV about that juvenile aspect, because that could be a problem in the appeal. That's all.
And that's a reason why I'm not doing a deep dive into this, because I don't want to form an opinion. I want to be,
Under the Ohio law, constitutionally banned for handing down a life without parole sentence to anyone of minor under 18 when the crime was committed. So there you go. She couldn't have got life in prison without parole.
And I think the judge knew that when she sentenced her.
So that's what I'm saying. So like that's a tricky thing, you know what I'm saying? Because like a lot of the narrative is the judge gave her this break. So, but if the judge had to give her parole, she had no choice. That's all. That's just something to think about. And mass law, Massachusetts Juvenile Law incorporates neurological research showing that adolescent and young adult brains, particularly the prefrontal cortex, continue to develop into a mid-20s. Exactly. Of course, the judge knew the sentencing guidelines. Yeah, I understand that, Karen. I do. I get it. But the point is, the narrative of a lot of even Vinnie Politan said that she gave her a break not to run the life sentences consecutively. So the point is, even if she did that, right, they still, even if they said double life, it wouldn't make a difference. She would still have to see parole in 15 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I wanted to speak on that interview with this guy the other night, man. He talked a lot about the black box, and the discrepancy with, what the findings were compared to what their findings were. I mean, to be totally honest with you, it seems, like they believe they have some kind of a case.
This guy right here, man, Hustle Cartel. I know what concurrent means, right? She didn't run. She ran. She didn't. What I said was she didn't run an on and after. That's what I said. Hustle Cartel. If you want to be the host of the show, I'll send you a link, and you can come up here and you can host the show. You want to come up here and host the show? Do you? What's your email? What's your YouTube? I want to watch you. Because what I said was she didn't run the cases consecutively, meaning she didn't run them on and after. She ran them concurrent. I totally get that. That's what she did. But even if she ran them on and after, from and after, she ran them one after the other, she still would get to see parole in 15 years. So it wouldn't make a difference. That's my point. So thanks for being here for me, man. I appreciate it, Hustle Cartel. What are we hustling anyway? What do we got? Jordans, 87 Air Maxes, fentanyl. What are you slanging over there, Hustle Cartel? I'm slanging wrenches if you keep talking.
Trust me, parachutes are free tonight.
I'm just saying, man. It's like funny, man. Like it's like, what are we doing? Like, we trying to learn about the case, or we trying to like rip the host apart? Let's rip JFK apart. Let's get JFK's inconsistencies. JFK's so wrong. Am I? We'll see. We'll see how wrong I am when things start to unfold in this case, and when you start hearing about lawyers talking about what their reasons for the appeal is. We'll start seeing. Because the first thing you got to look at is that bind over hearing. That's the very first thing. I don't want to look you up on Facebook, Hustle Cartel.
And like you said, I mean, now, like the Innocence Project and stuff, I mean, those are the type of people that are going to look into this kind of a case, and they're the ones that are going to bring it all the way back to that, too.
Hustle Cartel, I got time tonight. I got time tonight for you, man. I got time tonight when I'm wrong. I'm not being wrong. There's nothing that I said wrong. I might have misspoke something. But I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong with what I'm saying. I'm just speaking my truth. You're wrong that you're not joining the conversation. You're just trying to correct me every chance you get. Like, you're totally focused on me. Like, that's wrong. Like, just being totally focused on everything and not letting me have flaws. If I did misspeak something, you want to correct me every chance you get. That's weirdo behavior, man. Weirdo shit. Maybe you shouldn't watch if I intrigue you that much. That's spooky. That's spooky shit.
Bye, Hustle.
Nah, it's okay. Go ahead, Kevy Kev. What were you gonna say?
I was just mentioning, about the black box and stuff. How he just, he kind of, how I think I ended it with, I believe that they're under the impression that they do have a case,
That's it. That's all you got, Kevy?
I'm just trying to think. I think I said that. I think I just backed up a little too far because I think I already talked about,
Why don't I just play the video a little bit, and then you can figure out where you want to jump in right here. Let's go.
Who got into a car accident, and we're just holding on for like dear life through that situation. It was very, very scary.
And then she gets sentenced, right? And she ends up in the state prison. What, if you could describe what that prison's like over there right now?
I don't know. I know that there's no good days for anybody in there. It's very hard, and you always have to, walk around with eyes in the back of your head and everything. But I don't know why they call it a cup. What do they call it? A cupcake camp?
No, a cakewalk. Yeah, they call it a cakewalk.
Yeah.
So let me bounce a little bit back again. So you're getting a lot of pushback from the internet, right? And we know that Mackenzie was active on the internet, and and from my lens, from my perspective, I think that she thought that she was going to come out with the story and people would see it her way. But do you understand where people are mad? Because when she was in the hospital, you guys were talking in some type of language. Now, where did she learn that? Did she learn that from you? Because that seems like something from our era. Right?
It is. So
Yeah.
it's like inbred in my family. We all speak it, like all of us, all of our lives. And yeah, so that came from, it's called Carney Talk. And
You're muted.
Maybe I should stop looking at the chat, right? Honestly. Respectfully, I don't think the Innocent Project would take up this case. What I want to know is, how does everybody know what's going to happen with the Innocent Project when no one's seen the trial? I don't
was just
understand.
going to say that 2 minutes ago. No, how could anyone make a judgment without seeing the trial and just going on hearsay?
It's wild. It's wild. Like, I'm not saying, like I said, she got found guilty. I mean, the fact that we have to throw disclaimers up every 3 seconds to say that because we don't want to get attacked. She got found guilty. She's guilty. She did it. That's it. She's doing 15 to life. But how do you know that she don't have a case to beat? Like, I don't understand. Like, how
Listen,
do you know?
I'm going to tell you, I started reading the transcripts of this trial. And one of the very first things the judge says is, I'm not blood related. Right there is, what's that? Like, that to me, that's a sign of like kind of guilt. Like, no one ever said anything about you blood related, and you're saying you're not blood related, so it's not an issue. That just is funny to me right there. So,
but you know, the funny part about it is like when you're talking about funny money stuff, I think like that right there is like, I don't think the funny money stuff is what's gonna get her an appeal. It would be them things they did against her, you know, things against her rights. And did they do anything? Was it true what they're saying in the bind over here, in that they dropped that aggravated murder charge? Did that happen? I mean, that would be a big problem, no?
that would be a huge problem.
I don't know. It's just a part of who we are.
Okay. But when she said something like blame it on the pots, blame it on my seizures, did she say that? Was that something that she said, or did they misconstrue it?
No. So the prosecutor, I guess in one of those documentaries, he says that what they're speaking right now is something like gibberish. And then what he says is, she says something like, can you tell him I just had a seizure? Let's just tell him I had a seizure. That's not what she says. Okay? That's not what she said. What she
why
said,
why were you guys talking like that to begin with?
probably scared and didn't know what you can and can't say, right? So if you always tell, don't talk to the police without a lawyer or whatever. And she was probably scared and wanted to make sure it's okay for her to talk.
She said carny talk, like a carnival, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Like a carnival, yeah.
That's not what she says. Okay. What she said was, and I'm going to tell you, okay, because the word seizure, okay, in carny talk is loaded with Z's. It's very hard to say in seizure, right? So it's
can you say it to us right now?
seizure. There's too many Z's in there.
So if you don't mind saying blame it on the seizure, go ahead and say it in that language.
I'm
if you
afraid
don't
to
mind.
do that because what if they edit and snip a soundbite and plug it into other
right.
things? Like, I
That's
don't trust
fine. That's fair.
anybody.
I know there's a lot of phone calls. People are just nitpicking every single one. But the one that I heard about, one from the UK or something like that, you were telling her this is everywhere now.
I wanted to touch base first of all on the phone call. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I feel so bad that people think I'm laughing, and I'm probably going to cry again, so forgive me. I'm going to try not to, though. I wasn't laughing. I wasn't laughing at the situation or the accident, okay? I wasn't really laughing at all. After the car accident.
So is she acting, chat? Is she acting? What do you think, Kev? Is she acting right there?
I don't think she's acting at all. You know, I mean, it's kind of hard to, you know. I mean, I really don't. I mean, she knows she's live.
Weird Fall River accident coming in with facts. She said she was diagnosed. She said she was diagnosed with parts of 2015 when she was 15, when she was 17 in 2020, when she was 17 in 2022. So you don't think? Thank you, Fall River accent. So you don't.
She's putting on a show right there. No.
What about you, Jay, bro? She lying? Is she acting?
Like I said, like at first I thought she was fake crying, but then when I went back and watched it, like I seen tears in her eyes. You can hear her sniffling. Like you can't fake your nose running while you're crying. That's a sign of crying to me. Your nose runs.
So yes, she was acting. So I'm trying to understand, right? So in this case right here, she's a villain. This woman don't believe a fucking word she says. So from now on, if it's up to the chat, JFK, don't believe a word this lady says. She's an actress. She's mental, and don't believe a word she says at all. She's a devil. That's what I gotta believe? I mean, it's allergy season. My nose is pouring right now. Just saying.
Yeah, but you can tell her nose wasn't sniffling until she started like crying. So her nose wasn't running until she started crying, and you can hear her sniffling. So
we had gone through so much, and the other families too, obviously. But we had gone through so many, like, oh my God, like what is happening? And so many scary, dark moments in time, right? And all those times, like there were so many conversations before those phone calls that nobody knows happened, crying, looking at pictures of his phone, listening to his music, going through memories, so many phone calls of all of that, of us crying together and talking about that nobody gets to know. So all people hear are the phone calls where she's in the trial, which is a terrifying situation. Okay. And we can't believe that any of this is even happening. And we're really just trying to survive second to second. Okay. But we had so many conversations before those phone calls where we're like, it's okay. We're going to be okay. We're going to get like wrongful conviction people, innocence and things. And Mackenzie, she's 17 years old, right? So the first person she thought of was Kim Kardashian, because that's who helps people. That's who raises awareness, right? So by the time that phone call happened, where somebody had told me that it reached, I don't know, I think it was some publication in the overseas. You have to celebrate the wins. You have to celebrate the wins. Otherwise, you're going to get lost in the dark. So when we got that news, I was like, oh my God, it's overseas. Maybe it'll get to her first before. So we don't.
Now I'll tell you what I thought. Since I'm giving everybody, your man JFK, I let everybody have a voice. So now let me tell you what I thought with that part right there. I thought that was a monologue. That was a great little monologue. You got to celebrate the wins. You got to celebrate the wins. It was perfect. It actually was. I mean, when she said that to me, I was like, wow, that was pretty fucking good. That wasn't off the top. I can assure you of that. That was a bar. She thought about that. She thought about that for sure.
Well, I have to, because I don't even know how. I wouldn't even know how to like reach anybody like that to help. So in that moment, I was a little bit thankful, shocked. I can't believe this is happening, that it might get to her before we even figure out how. That's all. It didn't mean disrespect to the families or anything. I would never be disrespectful to the families.
Since we're in that pocket, Natalie, let me ask you this. What was Dom like?
Oh my God, you can't do this to me.
I'm just, I think it's only right, that, that's a lie, talking about how, you wasn't laughing. So why don't you tell us about Dom and how you feel about Dom? This is your chance. If take your time right now. If you want, Gary Kev, take the mic. What do we feel? Is that rehearsed? What should we feel about that? What were you feeling about that when that happened? Because what are you doing right there? You smoking? You took a puff of your cigarette. Damn, Kevin, you
I was probably. Yeah, let me hold on. Wait a second. Let me do.
God
big
damn,
screen.
Kevin.
I'll tell you exactly what I was doing.
Kevin took a puff of his cigarette.
I was saying, I was taking a drag. I was saying, God damn, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
Kev.
But
oh fuck, Kev.
You know,
what a shit show, bro.
I'm just gonna say, man, like, I don't know what what she could really say at this point. I mean, she's, she she let her daughter stay there with him. I mean, she obviously, had to know what was going on at least a little bit, with Dom's, behavior and background. I mean, unless all these, when you think of some of the text messages that it's not really to her mom, but it was more to Dom's mother, So
at this moment, do you think she's lying? Yes or no?
No, I don't think she's lying.
What about you, bro?
I don't think she's lying right there. I really don't. You know.
I thought it was a good question.
It was definitely a great question. And honestly, it's probably a question she should have answered. But
right.
Who am I? I'm just Jay, bro.
God damn.
Yeah, and I think that I should have hopped on a little bit more. Like, this is a question that you need to answer. It's only right. I think that's where I slipped up right there. I think if any question I slipped up on, it would probably been that one right there. I should have said, listen, you gotta, this is what people want to hear.
But at the same time, you're not that person. You see someone crying, you're not gonna dig into it. That's not you as a person. You have empathy for people, sympathy. And yeah, even if it was an act, she's a good actor. Because I feel like she's hurting right there.
And I'm going to tell you this too. I just want to bring this up. And people, we can't forget about this. I mean, this was her first time speaking in an interview. So, like, when we say rehearse, like, is she really rehearsing this? And when did she rehearse this? What else has she rehearsed this for? This was her first time speaking.
Well, let's look at the stage. She's just sitting on her couch in her house, so, like, it's not like she came to a studio. You know what I mean? And like, she knew she was coming to a studio, and her hair was done, and she walked through the doors, and she drove there. Like, this is her in the house off the cuff. So I mean, like, some things, like, I feel like the phone call situation with.
And we didn't give her much time. When I talked to her from when she came on the show, it was only a couple hours. So what could she really how could she really rehearse?
Yeah.
I mean,
Miss 808 made a good point. Miss 808, you're looking fabulous in your AV pick, by the way. I don't find it rehearsed. It just feels disingenuous. I mean, but
got the hanky.
But let me ask you a question. Like, what is she like? It's been 4 years. Like, this is like, I feel like this is something that sparked a new outrage. But like, what's been going on? Like, her daughter's been in jail 4 years at this time. So like, does she have a different perspective of it now? Like, is that fair to say or no?
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. She's had time to, cry. She probably cried herself to sleep many nights after her daughter got sentenced.
I mean, I just
4 years later, you're not gonna be as hurting as you were 4 years before.
I think she wants to. What do you think? Quick question. Let me swing it around the room. What do you think they're going through, everybody in this, that this thing drops and it catches fire all over again? Is it a panic? Hey, bro?
What do you mean? All sides or Mackenzie's
let,
family side?
let me great question. Let me land it a little bit better for you, J bro. So obviously this wasn't as popular 3 years ago, right? Kind of the fire kind of went out, so to speak. You know what I
Yep.
mean? You know, she's doing her time, people are healing, people move on, right? That's where you would assume behind the scenes, where I would assume that Natalie and her, you know, Mackenzie's dad would want it so they could work their magic with the appeal and things like that, right? Then all of a sudden it catches fire. So my question is, yes, is it a panic for the Mackenzie family? For Mackenzie, is this a panic? Like, oh shit, like boom, now we're gonna get like found out. We got to get back. So did they foresee this and did they rehearse this? So that's another question. So is it a panic? Is the question. And then did they foresee this coming and did they kind of rehearse some of this just in case? Because they had a long time to rehearse. I mean, them jail calls are 2023, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of new jail calls that just came out too. And one thing that we figured out is the jail calls in Ohio are not, they are able to be public records. Unlike in Massachusetts, they can't be. But to answer your question, I really don't think it's a panic. I think it's they're having hope right now. More hope is coming to them because after that documentary, it did get a lot of fire. There are a lot more different questions. You know, there is people on both sides where there is a free Mackenzie, there is a, you know, justice for Dom and Davion, and I think both sides know that something's coming in the works, and it, I don't know, like I think they have hope. I don't think it's panic.
I have a question for you, JFK.
Okay. That's the first one of the night. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Let's go. I'm always ready.
All right. Well, what's your feelings on you know, with Dom's sister coming out with this podcast? Does this help Mackenzie or hurt Mackenzie? I mean, all this talk and you know, like you just said, she's been locked up for 4 years. This documentary comes out, it catches the eye of a lot of people, but now you got somebody from the other side fighting back, screaming, and Mackenzie's in the limelight again. Does that help Mackenzie or hurt Mackenzie?
It depends what's going on in them transcripts. You know, like the public perception, it hurts her, obviously. I mean, we got a whole chat saying that she did it, she did it, she did it, she did it. Everybody's saying she planned it, she planned it, she planned it. But if the transcripts say something different, it doesn't matter what you think. And that's just a fact, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't make a fucking difference what any of us think. If there is something wrong in the law, the way this case got tried, and she gets the right lawyer to push it, she gets like an Alan Jackson, a Pipple, and there's something that they can expose and exploit, they're gonna, whether you like it or not. And that's just a fact. So yeah, it hurts her publicly. And I mean, definitely, because people just like seeing for what it is, you know. But I still would think, you know, like we did a poll the other day, Kev, not too long ago, where we said, do you think that Eddie did his time after 30 years of stabbing Janet down in 98 times? And I said, if he did do it, would you guys still let him out? Would you guys give him the parole after 30 years not being a trouble model inmate? A lot of people said yeah. So if she turns it around and she turns 45, maybe and people feel that she's guilty, Maybe some people want to see her get out and get a second chance. I don't know. But as of right now, I don't know. I think people just want her to say, I did it. I planned it. I did it. And she's never going to say it.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll never know what was said in that car.
Unless down the line she does. But as of right now, no. But she does take responsibility. She says, I did it. I was driving. And, as far as what I heard, she takes responsibility. Be clear. I heard her say on some phone calls, I'm guilty of is driving and this and this. She said it in the Netflix thing.
She said it many times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not trying to change your opinion. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to be reasonable here. Like, if there is an issue with the sentencing or how Cleveland they went about this and inconsistencies, if a lawyer, come on, you seen Aaron Hernandez get found not guilty. I mean, Michelle's sitting there going, hey, man, she's guilty, she's guilty, she's guilty. But at the same time, she thinks Karen Reed is guilty, and Karen Reed got found not guilty. So if anything, Michelle, and I'm just using her as an example, Michelle would know firsthand that even if you're guilty, you could get found not guilty. You know what I'm saying? And that's from Michelle's lens. So it's very possible someone like her, Mackenzie, if there's anything they did wrong, as far as sentencing goes or the way they charged her, if someone could exploit it, they will. But I don't know. We don't know. We don't know, but we have the transcripts, right? We do have the transcripts. We're going to be doing some transcript readings, and we're going to go over it. We're going to learn together. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. These are all questions I don't know. And honestly, guess what, people? I look at it like this. We're free. Tomorrow's Sunday. Today's Sunday. God's day. Life is good. It doesn't make a difference. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, God bless her. God bless everybody. God bless the dead. Life goes on. I'm not really that committed to trying to find out what happened, right? Because in the end, can that be found out? Is that something that can be found out? I don't know. I don't know. Based on everything I heard that it's very simple. She put her foot on the gas and slammed into a wall. That's what I'm hearing. So that's the easiest way to think about this. Now, to think that she didn't do it on purpose, I would have to believe a shoe got stuck. I would have to believe something malfunctioned. I'd have to believe that something else happened, right? So I'm going to sit back and I'm going to read the transcripts. And I'm going to make my assessment. But if I see that the way they charged her or something like that, there's a loophole for her to get out, I'm going to be the first one to say, well, there goes the there goes her path to freedom on an appeal right there. I would assume she would take that route. That doesn't mean they're going to grant it to her. Just because you have a path to freedom does not mean an appellate judge is going to be like, okay. So, but as of right now, everybody's telling me now, JFK, she just hit the gas and ran into the fucking wall. But what's funny? Every time I talk about this case to someone outside the internet, I feel like I get a different answer. I feel like most people say she hit the gas to try to scare them and then realize she messed up at the end and then hit the wall. They don't say it's intentional. They say what's intentional is her hitting the gas, like trying to scare him, and then messing up and smashing. But not, you know what I mean? Not like really going through with the act. But some people say that there was proof that she set it up. I don't know how true that is. What about that, Jay Bro? You know more than me.
Honestly, what about that? Like, that slipper thing really gets to me. I like the stuck slipper there. I don't, bro. I'm a tow truck driver. I can't see someone driving like. Obviously, I've never seen someone hit something at 100 miles per hour, but even car accident on the highway, 60 miles an hour, 50, 70 miles an hour. I've never seen a slipper stuck like that. I've never seen a shoe stuck like that. It's just that right there. It could have been that her slipper got stuck. It could have been a malfunction. We don't know what happened in that car. We only know.
And that's the question. based on everything we do know, will there ever be a way to find out?
I absolutely think there's a way to find out once you get actual experts in there.
Well, I mean,
know,
in my eyes, she's claiming that she took that right-hand turn and she don't remember a thing after that. But I mean, if there was some kind of malfunction, like I punched the gas, I was aggravated with him, I couldn't get my fucking foot off, that would explain a stuck slipper. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not speak on it to prove your innocence, that you didn't intentionally do this? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you could believe that she does not remember, considering she went 100 miles per hour into a wall.
Where I'm stuck at with that is this, okay? Because you brought up a good point, because I've asked a lot of people on the outside too, and they said they feel like, they were arguing, oh yeah, you want to fuck around, give it a lot of gas. And where I'm stuck is, if it's a fact that the airbags went off before she crossed that street, the reason why she don't remember is because that airbag could have knocked her the fuck out. And that's
but she would still remember though, but she would still remember hitting the gas and why she hit the gas
and not being able to let up.
Right. And
not being she would be panicking because you got to remember something. I mean, it's saying that the car shifted out of drive to neutral back to drive. Like
someone tried to stop it.
Yeah.
Someone tried to stop it. And I think that's probably a big thing that got her convicted, because they're saying that somebody in the passenger or the driver, the behind, tried to stop the car.
All right. Well, as a tow truck driver, I can tell you that that's not technically true. Because if the
what do you mean?
So if you're sitting
the kids
here,
don't know, hold on.
Hear me out. If you're sitting here, right, the airbag is right here, literally at your head. Okay. If that airbag hits you and knocks you out, you're gonna go over. And when she went over, she could have hit that car into reverse. Into neutral with her ribs. Yeah. And then when she slid over, it could have been back into drive. That's very possible.
Or fucking someone grabbed the thing and tried to stop the fucking car.
Or someone did, but if you look into it, like, once those airbags go off, there is
the whole shit's all over the car. There's dust everywhere, man. There's particles, man. Some of them got metal in them and shit.
Exactly, and it couldn't. And this is where I'm stuck at, because.
Well, can I just say this, Jay, bro? Like, can I just say this real quick? Normally, when an airbag goes off, you get like a powder burn. You know what I'm saying?
The car shuts right off, though. The car.
All right, so that can explain her arteries getting hurt in her neck.
Well, I'm just saying, as soon as that airbag goes off, that car's shutting off. Which means yes, it is.
That's not true. I've started plenty of cars with the airbags out.
You mean to tell me when them airbags popped, that car stayed on?
Yeah. Just because the airbags go off doesn't kill the car. If that's the case,
so that's the question. If the airbag, hold on. So if that is the case and the airbags did pop and kill the car, would that lock the steering on the car? If the car automatically shut off, now you touch the wheel, the steering's locked, and now it's a wrap. Wherever you're going, you're going.
Well, there's a lot of cars. Well, Toyota does have the lock steering wheel. That definitely
every car got a lock steering wheel.
No, that's not true. I'm a tow truck driver, kid. I turn these steering wheels all day without the cars on. The Toyota locks, a lot of Hondas.
What do you mean?
Lock.
How do you turn a wheel without the steering being locked? What do you mean?
There's so many cars that I can get into right now.
If the car was in drive, it would still the steering wheel would still move.
Right. Is
that what you're saying?
If the ignition is turned or you push your button so it's on accelerator, the steering wheel.
The car has to be so the car has to be in neutral to move the steering no matter what.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. There's a lot of cars out there these days where if your car is off, you can still turn the steering wheel.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. Because like if I tow a car from the back and it's rear wheel drive, so the front wheels roll. If
Her
I
car
don't,
was a 2018. So what if so my question is, if the airbags pop and the car did shut off, would that turn down some of the acceleration? Or did it even? Well, here's the point. In the black box, did that register?
well, you do your math. If you shut
in the
off your
black
car,
box, did that register? Did that register in the black box that when the airbags popped, the car shut off? That's what I'm asking. How about
I don't think the car shuts off, because there's been plenty of cars, Toyotas and everything, that the airbags are blown and they still start afterwards. If that's the case where the car shuts off, it won't start back up.
So Fiona said this, which is Davion was on top of Dom from the back. They were fighting for their lives. I mean, I wish they would have hopped. I wish they would have just opened the car door and jumped out. Katie said, I saw a brake light right before she hit the sign. It is so sad. This is sad. And like I said, I feel like, it is such a sad situation. The right side of it is like, just pile on her and, because if all the evidence looks like she did it, it's kind of like push it to say, hey, girl, just fucking say what you did. You're going to have to say it sooner or later. You want that parole, you're going to have to admit to it.
Definitely.
And it's kind of like, just say what you did and let's all heal. And I think that's the reason why, to go back to your question, I feel like maybe that's the reason why, maybe by chance, that's the reason why, maybe by chance, be clear, Christine did it to push and say, okay, we're going to push so hard on you. Just admit to it. Just say what you got to say, man. Say what happened. I think that would bring some clarity. Like, yeah, I was mad. I was pissed off. I fucking did it. And that's it. Because, that's what it's looking like. I mean, that's what everybody's saying. And I think that's the reason why everybody's so mad at the mother. Everybody's so mad at the mother because she's going to fight this all the way through when I think everybody believes that she knows what really happened. Do you think that Mackenzie could be lying to her mother and her mother just believes her? Or do you think her mother would 1000% know she's lying?
I don't think I think they still have a hard time communicating to each other, the mother and Mackenzie. I mean, it seems like whatever, in some of these recordings I've heard, the telephone calls, it's like she's trying to be Mackenzie's friend from the outside. Like I heard her on one point, she's like, please don't write a grievance. Can you please just stop writing grievances? Like, you can't write another grievance. It's cut, she just wasn't hearing it. She wasn't hearing it. She wanted to be moved.
Well, what are people but inside Jill, I hear people saying that she's living large. She's like, living like it's Thanksgiving up there. But that's the way prison is, man. I hate to say it. They these are the rules they let you do. Like, if they're gonna let these girls like have sweatsuits and Walkmans or whatever it might be, I don't know what's going on up there, and I don't know the gist of it. I mean, I don't know exactly what they get, but based on what I do know about it, and I'm sure it doesn't change, not much changes in the prison system. That's one thing that's very retro. I would assume that, that these are the rules that they let you do. You can get fat canteen. You're living in a dorm space. Everybody, girls are doing each other's hair. They're dressing up. They're listening to music. They're acting a certain way. So yeah, you know, people say it's living large, but that's just the prison rules. They're letting her. She's living underneath them conditions, and that's just what it is. She's bidding. She's doing a bid. I mean, it's wild to think. You
they
know, it
went over-
sucks.
they
I
went
think
over-
people want her. People want her in a cell 23 hours a day, and just to give you some insight, most killers ain't in this cell 23 hours a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy because when you speak on that, like how she's living, I mean, a lot of people are getting a different impression because, like, I heard one channel go over, the contents of one of her canteens, and it was just, I mean, it was just crazy. It was crazy.
Oh wow!
I mean, she had some crazy shit on there she was asking for.
You see that?
I seen that.
Seen what?
It was too late though. At that point, dude. Yeah, I seen that. They definitely look like that. Did you do this? Did you do this little edit?
No,
This little
someone
back
sent me
and forth?
that. Someone sent me that. But you know what else I'm gonna send you to? I forgot to. So
Is this real though? Is this factual?
I believe
Or is
it
that
is.
a reflection? Is that reflection?
So the other day I was watching a YouTube, and this person was doing a thing about the Mackenzie Shirllla, and they asked when the body camera, what happened to the pink steering wheel, because she had a pink cover on her steering wheel, and when they used the body camera, there was no pink cover on the steering wheel.
So, talk to me.
I'm saying that the person that made this live or YouTube post or whatever it is, I'm gonna send you that right now too. I sent that to your text, but he's pretty much saying that what I'm getting from it, the person who's in that video bringing up this subject, they're saying like, what happened to the pink thing on her car? Is that even her car? That the body camera, like, yeah, doing 100 miles an hour, it could have flew off probably, I'm assuming, but the mother, like a couple people and the mother confirmed that she had a pink steering wheel cover.
So what do you mean? Like, is that even her car? Can you put context to that so we don't sound fucking insane?
He shows up. Oh, sorry.
I see the picture. I'm looking at it. He's a TikTok dude.
Yeah, I don't know the context he's putting behind it. I'm just, if you want to play that,
Could be yanked off. Could be yanked. She hit a wall
off.
at 100, but it fell off.
He's just trying to point out what happened to the pink steering wheel cover, if that was her car.
If you watch an hour of the body cam footage, there's a part where you were looking in the back passenger window and you could see it. Someone says in the comment. You got to understand, man, like and I'm not saying this to you. I think like people try to investigate this case as far as like what happened. My question is, can you ever, what happened to Kev? He jumped out? Did I just hit you by mistake, Kev? My bad. What happened, Kev? Kevy.
So I'm being told that what I just sent you it came off the Netflix documentary.
The what? The brakes?
Brake lights.
I mean, I don't know if that's I'm going to have to look at that. I mean, by first glance, it looks like there was brakes, but I mean, did they go through it? Because they're saying there was no brakes. But at that point, man, it was too late anyway.
Yeah.
So my thing is this, people are going at it like, I feel like a lot of people going at it like trying to find out what happened. The question is, can you ever find out what happened? And is that the reason why they're going so hard to fight this case? Because is that the reason why, like, you can't prove it? You know what I mean? Like, as much as you want to say she did it, can you, without a shadow of a doubt, though, by a reasonable doubt, prove that she did it on purpose?
And if there's any reasonable doubt, then you know it's supposed to happen.
Right. And I think that's the reason, right? Like, so that's my thing. Like, we didn't see the trial, but based on everything you do know, like, and being fair in the law, not on your perception, not on what you know, what you think about her, what you think of her mother, what you think of her dad, by a court of law, right? And yes, and back to, I'm sorry, my brain just jumped, but back to Kevy's question: what is the reason for the sister Kev coming in hot with a lot of noise? What is the reason why she made the podcast? Exactly. If she did get an appeal, Kev, too, the public perception would be out there too with the jury pool. You know what I mean? People saying, because how many people heard about this in her town too? You know what I mean? In that area. She would have to get a change of venue and all that, I would assume, if she did go back to court.
Well, I mean, it was, like when you were asking about the interview with the father, he spoke on how, the town is more Russo than they are for their family,
And that's what I'm saying. Do we think that she did that? Like, she had that in her mind that they can't prove it? Like, do we think that she would already crumble by now? Do we think that she's that smart not to already tell someone that she did it on purpose? I mean, she's been in jail 4 years. She hasn't told not one of these fucking girls that she did it on purpose. Because that's the first thing they do, right? They put a snitch in there to say, hey, you make her admit to it. You don't think that if she's that sick, she wouldn't have told somebody already? That's another question. Because we talked about that with the Eddie case, right? Like, he never told somebody, hey, by the way, I did this, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
you think after 4 years she might have not told somebody that, considering, she
you're
flaps her mouth a lot.
You're right. They definitely talking. I mean, and you can tell that she's talking with the other girls, because at one point on one of the recordings was she was talking about how, they were like, oh, the girls were like, oh, what judge did you have? And she told them a judge, and they were like, oh man, you didn't have a chance anyway. She hates girls. She hates women.
And what's up with all these women out in Strongsville, in Ohio? I mean, in that area, Cleveland. I mean, geez, the prison is jam packed with women.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So a good point that person that interviewed Steve, the father, he made a good point, because the only way you're going to prove intent is if you're in someone's mind. And you'll never get into someone's mind.
Goddamn, Jay, real. You had me speechless for a minute there.
But it's true, isn't it? It's a very valid point. You can't prove intent unless you're in someone's mind, and you'll never get into someone's mind, bro, ever, no matter how hard you try.
Unless you do a truth serum or something.
Unless you do a truth serum.
Would she take a lie detector test?
I'm sure she would. If she didn't do it.
Life for a murder.
Or if it wasn't done purposely.
She's
let me
one of
rephrase
OSW's most notorious inmates.
Every dorm has what we call the players.
This is where she is right now. So everybody, ladies and gentlemen, this is where let's take a trip to where Mackenzie is right now.
Is that Maryville?
The people who
This
are
is it.
being abusive or aggressive to people.
This is where she's
And
at.
Dory is one of those individuals.
Quit doing that. I swear to God, I'm cussing you out later on.
But Terrell's kind of power sets her apart from the other inmates of Hale and takes a form unique to the women's world. She is the head of a prison pseudo-family. While men's prisons have their gangs, female inmates do more than click up. They create families and play distinct roles.
Nephew, where you going? What happened at Meds? Come here. Come back when you get your ice. Okay.
More vulnerable inmates in need of protection become daughters and nieces. More masculine women, nephews and brothers. And the most dominant inmates, women like Dory Terrell, assume the role of father or uncle.
This my nephew Carlos.
Los Daddy, baby.
This my brother Bird right here.
What's up, man?
This my daughter Leopold right here. This my baby right here. I talked to her mom on the phone and she let her mom know that I'm like her dad and
They let me feel
okay.
Some call me Uncle Dory, Uncle Doe. Some call me Dad.
I'll see you later.
Love you, Uncle. They don't call me
You
Mom
wrong.
or auntie
You
or
wrong.
anything like that because I am very, very aggressive.
Do you care? This about the only in this cottage that's there for you like that. When you got up, your should have came with you. We in the joint.
Coming to me, you get aggressive advice from me, like your dad or your uncle. You get aggressive consequences.
I was handling this. Sorry, nothing. I don't let nobody get in this in your. When I'm at you.
What's one thing life taught you? If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up.
That shit is wild, bro.
Absolutely. Crazy. That's kind of worse than a men's prison, if you ask me.
Of course. The women's everybody knows that, Jay Real. The women's prisons are way worse than the guys' prisons, bro. They're crazy in it. That's the point I've been trying to make, is that to say that listen, every girl that goes to a prison that ends up in prison comes out with a girlfriend. But you can't say that about men.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Every single time a girl goes to prison for a couple of years, at least a couple of years, they come home with a girl. I hate to say it.
Sad but true.
The majority, should I say the majority, ladies, I don't mean to disrespect any woman, but the majority of women that end up in prison end up with the girl. It's the way it is in there, man.
Yep.
It's scary to think. And that's what I'm saying. Like, so when you think about, oh, she's living large, but she's also living around them people every day too, though.
I can't talk about them.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm in so much pain. I feel so bad for them. There were moments when we were
Yeah. Yo, Miss 808 is wilding out, son. Oh shit.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Keeps the price.
God damn.
God damn, Miss 808.
I don't know if I can face it again. I can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me.
bad about what was happening, and that's okay. Like I say to everybody's allowed to feel how they feel. We are too. We're just like everybody else, right? So some of us were mad. Like when after the car accident happened, we spent every day with the families.
Let's stay there for a second, right there. Let's. I think that's something that I haven't heard much of that from you anyway. Mackenzie gets out the hospital and things like that and is on the mend. Everybody's hanging out and everybody's celebrating Dom and trying to get not over this. It just picked up, dude. We are in the yo.
What just happened here?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets.
God damn, bro. God damn, Bob. God damn, Bob. That is some sick shit.
This is life, the one you get. So go and have a ball. This is it. This is life, the one you get. So go and have a ball. This is it. This is life, the one you get.
This don't fry in the kitchen. Come on. Did you finally get a piece of the pie, Miss 808? Miss 808?
He said sending kites from the Motorola.
God damn, Greek princess, man. What is going on?
Princess.
Dude, that was
We're working too, yeah. I mean, my man had a...
Dude, that was bro.
In a dream.
God damn.
Don't know which way to go.
Let's go, people.
If
throw your ones
you
up,
were
people.
all
Let's
to
go.
see, then baby, I'm moving.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box.
How y'all feel out there?
Oh, yeah. All right. Check this out. Is the place to be, as it is plain to see. He is DJ Static Selector. And I am.
What the fuck is going on in my chat, dude?
What just happened here? This went from PG to R real quick.
Question mark, an exclamation point. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, an exclamation point with some.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What?
God damn. God damn.
Yo, Miss 808 is on. Yo, I gotta take these off. No way, Michelle. If I'm looking, I'm buying.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Miss 808 says she's feeling a little frisky. Looking for that love.
You say you want to be the one I need. You say you want to be the one for me. You say you want to be the one I need. But then you go and act so crazy. You say you never want to let me go. You say you want to be the one I hold. You say you never want to let me go. But then you go and leave me lonely. If you want to make things right, love can make a way. If you want to take the time.
God damn. She's taking application songs. A little bit of love is all it takes to get 808s. Let's go, Cakes. Whew. Okay. All right, Miss 808. All right.
Calm the fuck down, Miss 808.
God damn.
We're trying to cope with this. Everybody's together. Everybody's together at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. So we spent every day together, like every day. The second we got home from the hospital, she wanted to go to the memorial.
And how did you feel? And how do you feel about her internet use? Was that an issue with you, or did you just let her do whatever she wanted?
Well, after the accident, I mean, there are people that care about her and wanted to see how she was doing, right? So she posted those.
See, that right there for me was like, I mean, you know, her internet use was crazy. You know that though.
Videos of herself laying in the bed or whatever for her family and people that care about her. So I didn't have a problem with that part.
Well, what
is that
about
what you mean, those parts?
Yeah, I think is that what you're saying, Jay bro? You want to
Like from the
elaborate a little bit
hospital
more?
and everything?
No, just like how she just, all right, for instance, how I know when we talked, you told her to go have fun, which is understandable. You don't want to drown yourself in the sorrow. Like, for instance, the lives when she was getting dressed for Halloween, normal, and then you know how she did her TikTok videos and was still like trying to be a celebrity out there. And
No.
I think that's why a lot of people.
Listen, what they were doing with those kids.
What do we feel about that, Jay bro? You were breaking down the point. You were helping her out too. You were like, what do you feel about that answer? When she was like, no, what was that about?
I don't know. Just I feel like she's trying to justify what her daughter did. And you know, because a lot of people were saying that they dressed up as corpses
on purpose.
Right. But if you look into it more, they dressed up, I think it was ASAP Rocky or one of those people, you know, so.
They both dressed up? Her and her friend were both corpses?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Isn't that weird though, bro, after going through something like that though?
Right, but supposedly they were dressing up like that rapper, ASAP. I don't know what his exact name is.
Yeah, I know ASAP. Rakim, yeah.
I don't know if
A$AP
it was
Rocky.
exactly him, but it was one of those weird name rappers that paint their face white with the red lips.
It ain't ASAP. He doesn't do that.
Nah, I forget the name.
But I know, but maybe A$AP Rocky did it in a video or something. I don't know. I know he doesn't dress like that on the norm.
She says the name of it.
She said the Kid Cudi concert.
Yeah.
She's saying. So Kid Cudi does that. He dresses like. I don't think Kid Cudi don't do that. No.
I think so.
Kid Cudi's like fucking 43 years old, 44 years old.
Playboy Cardi.
Playboy Cardi?
Yeah, that's who they were dressing up as.
So let's Google Playboy Cardi. What the fuck's he look like?
And you know how they were dressed as one thing and then they switched. They do that little thing where they all of a sudden just switch to another person. So I don't know.
Yeah, but he don't dress like that either. I mean, he's got some weird faces. I'm looking at him now. He's got some weird shit. But I haven't seen him. I don't see him dressed like they would dress like corpses. You're saying I don't see him dressed as a corpse anywhere. Was it after
because
a
their
video?
faces were painted white with the red smile. You know how a corpse is pale, and I think that's where they were getting it from.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see with the paint. Oh, okay. The Playboy infamous face paint era. Drawing inspiration is the Joker. So there was an era that he
I
went.
don't know if you can see that, but that's the Halloween Playboy Cardi. Just type in Playboy Cardi Halloween because it was a Halloween party.
Yeah, it was a Halloween party.
So when you type in Playboy Cardi Halloween, it's all that same shit. It's the same face.
This one right here?
Yeah. Well, no, I just just go on the images.
That's him. That's Playboy Cardi. Did she look like that?
Yeah, but with red lips. With that red instead of black on his lips and the right here, it's all red.
Okay, so that's legit. That's legit.
I kind of feel like
that's legit though.
She was trying to justify something.
Yeah, that's just another couple that were dressed up like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, same shit.
Yeah.
Now,
would you believe?
Now, the question that would have been asked would Dom have dressed up like that? Would Dom have put the makeup on like that?
Why is that question?
Well, he was into music. He was making his own music.
Why? What do you mean? Yeah, it would make sense.
But that would explain why she went through with it. You know what I'm saying?
If you look at some of his pictures, he looked like he had eyeliner on. Like, you know how rock stars wear eyeliner.
So I think that checks out. I think that checks out what she's saying. I don't think they were corpses because they were
I mean,
yeah.
You know, that would just let me know. That would say it in my head, all right, yeah, well.
So can we agree based on what we just seen, the preponderance of evidence? Is it likely that she dressed up like Playboy Cardi? Or is it likely that she dressed up as corpses to disrespect Dom and Davion? What's it more likely? What's the preponderance of evidence? I think the preponderance of evidence is likely that she dressed up like Playboy Cardi.
Me too.
Yeah, like if someone could show you pictures from that concert, you know, was there 5,000 people dressed up like that? I mean, that would answer a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're there. At least we got one fact straight.
Kids were doing was so sweet, and it was turned around so. I feel so bad for them, okay? Because what they did was, okay, so Mackenzie's home from the hospital, and she's laying in bed, immobilized. Remember, because she broke everything, right?
Damn, she was wrecked.
Including her spine, or she got her
Let's talk
C1.
about that.
I can't even believe she can even walk, right? So she was laying in bed.
Let's talk about that, though. Let's talk about after what she been through, the recovery that she been through, and what she went through. Like, and I'm not saying let's simp for her, but I'm saying, like, does that play a part in this?
I'll let Kevin answer that question first.
Does it play a part in it?
No, I mean, like, as far as like the part of the whole going to the Halloween party and celebrating and this and that, like, you know, was she really mourning? Like, did by her being broken like that, do you think that if she really did it on purpose at that point, do you think she would have broke down, so to speak?
And been
Like-
stuck in a room saying, "Oh man, I can't go. I would have. I only wanted to go with him."
Yeah, like something like that. You know what I mean? Like
I
you
mean,
think that she would follow through with this? Like my point. Excuse me, I'm in my head, guys. I'm thinking on the fly. But like, why would she go out and do that for him if she knows that she had every excuse not to go? No, because why would she want to celebrate him if she wanted to kill him? Does that make any sense?
Well,
So we'd have to believe. So we would have to believe that she's straight psycho. Like you know what I mean? Like we'd have to believe that she's celebrating him, but she killed him and she doesn't give a fuck. Is that what we believe? Is that what killers do? Like, so what type of killer is she? You know, I mean, I'm just trying to understand like how this all goes. Does that make any sense? Does it play a part in it? If that makes sense, you go ahead and say what you want, man. I think that question sucked. Go ahead. The point is, she was broken in a room. She didn't have to go out, right?
No, but I mean, I get what you're trying to get at.
He's gone. He's gone, right?
But you're trying to say
you don't need to celebrate him at that point. She got every reason not to celebrate him.
So I'm gonna tell you like this. In 2010, my best friend, who was like my son, got shot and killed. Now, mind you, I had nothing to do with this. And I spent every single day for almost 3 years at his grave because I was supposed to go with him to that party and I didn't. And I felt I put a lot of blame on myself for not going because if I went, he could have been still here today. That ate me the fuck up so bad that I spent literally every day for 3 years at his grave. So that going, oh shit, I don't agree with.
Okay, so people are saying that she did that for attention. She did it for guilt. Thank you guys for helping me out. That's what I was trying to say. So basically, she went out to do this for attention because of guilt, possibly. But that means at this point, she knows it was a murder. I mean, she always knew it was a murder, but now she's out there covering it up. Put the face paint on, so to speak. No pun intended.
Can I just say one thing though? I mean,
but she's going out there to celebrate him. So she's like a straight murderer because she's lying on it.
She went with his cousin, though. I mean,
yeah, but still, it doesn't matter if she went with her mother, his mother. At that point, she's like a mafioso, right? Like she showed up to the funeral. Hey, man, I'm sorry for your loss, and she's the one that shot the person in the back of the head. That's what she did, right? That's what it has to be at that point. If she did this crime, that's what she did right there. So even if you know what I mean,
she did the crime.
That's what I just said.
I know you did. That's why I'm saying. If I'm agreeing with you. If she did that crime, then
and with her big mouth, you don't think she would have ever slipped it out that she did it on purpose or even said something where it's like, I stepped on the gas.
Exactly.
I didn't I stepped on the gas. And like, why wouldn't she lie about it and say, I stepped on the gas and I couldn't get off it? Why wouldn't she make a lie about it at that point? Like at that point, she probably could have made a lie about it and could have, and I'm just saying, she could have made a lie. Because look, what took so long from July to November to be charged?
That's what I don't
right?
get.
And what I'm saying, at that point, she knows there's motion going on. Meaning, when I say motion, there's movement. She knows the cops are lurking. At that point, she could make up a lie, right? She could say, my foot got stuck or this and that to kind of make it go perfectly to her narrative that she did not mean to do it. But why does she stick with I don't remember? Like that would make her that would be, because if she's smart enough, if she's that crazy enough to go out and paint her face and celebrate Dom after she straight killed him in Davion, right? Then why wouldn't she make up a great fucking lie saying how it happened and change her whole story up? Why wouldn't she just say, yeah, man, I mean, I don't know what happened. I hit the gas, we were fighting, and at the last minute, I blacked out and I hit the fucking wall. I didn't mean to hit the wall. The airbag popped. It hit me, or whatever it might have been. You know what I'm saying? Like we were fighting. I hit the gas, or why not lie and say he fucking did it at that point? If she's that sick, and say he put his foot on mine. Like what? Like I'm just at that point. Why not lie to make herself look like the victim? Why say I don't remember anything? If she's that devious to show up at a Halloween if she's that devious to show up at a Halloween party to celebrate him, why not fucking say he's the one who did it? Just a question. Just a question. That makes sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
And what you just said too, how you laid it down, like you should have to be mafioso, just to, you know what I mean. So we gotta believe, like once again, we gotta believe that this killer, so-called killer, is gonna go about and do these type of things, you know, and still maintain, you know,
maintain the character of an accident victim.
Exactly. I mean that's what we have to believe if we're gonna go, you know, that route. And a good majority of the people already have, you know, they've already got their mindset. I mean, like, you know, and like we've said in the beginning, we've said it more than once. Listen, she went through a bench trial. She got convicted. She's in jail. 4 years have passed.
Yeah.
So I mean, we you know,
Almost 5. Almost 5.
We can't change that.
Can't change that.
But does she have the opportunity to change that?
And did anybody else that was hanging with her knew what she did was purposely? How did they not pick up on that? If she's such a devious broad, like why didn't they pick up on that from the jump? Was there any questions? Was there any rumblings like behind the scenes? Like I think she did that shit on purpose. And how did she not? Like, I just don't know how. And the only time will tell. I find it hard to believe that one of these girls that she's hooking up with in there didn't lay down with her and ask her some fucking questions, man. And that she wouldn't have just said it just to think at this point. Like, what do you got to lose? You're doing 15 of life. You're doing 15 of life. She doesn't know how the appellate shit works. At this point, she probably don't even think she's getting out. She's been, you know how long that bid must seem like to her? People could say whatever they want. I guarantee you that time is dragging for her.
Absolutely.
I guarantee it's dragging. You know what I mean? So
they spent like months in there.
So I'm just saying, so why not just, you know, at this point, just say, hey man, you know, I was mad at the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Plus another girl, like if you're messing around with women inside there, this is just all questions. If you're messing around with women inside there, they don't like men anyway, right? Chances are if there were a woman inside women prison, it probably was a man who ended up getting them there, or something happened with a man along the line to get him off course. So the point is, why wouldn't she confide in somebody? I don't know. But time will tell for sure. Time will tell. I don't know. I don't know.
For 3 months, unable to.
And let's throw up a disclaimer real quick. When we say that, we're only saying that because we do talk about the Eddie O'Brien case, and we go over it over and over again about why would a guy, after all this time, say he's not guilty, and why. And we've been down this road before with these type of cases about what to like see what's real and what's not, you know, and what's logical and what's not. So we're just asking the same questions that we spent lots of time on before. And like I said, we're not trying to change your opinion. We're not trying to change your mind. We're just trying to provoke your thoughts. That's all we're trying to do.
Would you believe it?
Would you believe it?
Not able to do anything the whole time, scrolling, looking at his pictures, his music, memories, like living in this darkness, right? So by the time she was able to get up and like kind of start to move around, I would be like, honey, it's okay to be sad. It's always okay to be sad. We just can't live there, right? We just can't live there. So I wanted her to go. Her friend Rosie was in college, and wanted her to come for the weekend. right? So I was like, you need to get up, change the scenery, get off your phone, go be with your friends, and go get out of your head, right? Go get out of your head. So her friends took a moment for them to go do something. And actually, the whole thing, what they did was in honor of Dom and Davion.
What happened with this appeal being denied? Can you speak to that?
Right. Right. So we're in the process of that too. And I have a huge problem with that. And actually, if at some point, I'm going to try to figure out, I don't know anything about the legal world or law world. Like none of us have ever been in trouble with any kind of law. So I don't understand how this side of the world works. But I don't understand how a defendant could be penalized for a lawyer's mistake, especially missing a deadline. Like, how is that the defendant's fault? Like this whole post-conviction, all of her truth, which would prove that it wasn't intentional, lives and dies in this document that's now they're saying is a day late. I don't think that that's right.
You think that Mackenzie, right, now that you see her going through all this, right, do you think Mackenzie has any type of mental issue at all? Like that, now that you see, like your personal opinion, I know you're her mom's and you got to stick up for her, but do you think that
Well,
she
no,
should
I
be
would tell you that-
evaluated? You think there's a misdiagnosis somewhere?
I think she's maybe, ADHD, ADD, but nothing more, nothing, anxiety, ADD, like all of that. There's nothing, no.
Oh, okay.
She's been in therapy. That's what I mean. Like she's been in
Okay.
therapy. Yeah. We'll go back to that behavioral thing one more time too.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Whatever you
in the
want.
juvenile
Go back.
facility, she was also talking to a therapist in there as well, who has all those letters at the back of her name. And if there was something there, she would have been.
So okay, cool. So when she was in the juvenile facility, doctors came in and she was open to them and talked to them.
She did speak at the trial. There was a letter they read at the trial. She spoke on her behalf.
What was that letter like? What did she say?
Well,
Oh, what a
I
question.
can't remember word for word, but
Yeah.
her behavior was great. She was like, I'm probably going to get ripped on for saying this, but she was like a star student. I don't know how else to say it. So she did all the programming. She was the top of her class in this culinary class that she was in.
In DYS.
Yeah.
And it seems, and I mean this with all due respect, Natalie, it seems like you don't know anything about the law out there in Ohio. Like you're just learning now on the fly.
That's why, like, I don't know. I'm the most boring person you can think of. Like, I crochet and watch Marvel movies. Like, I don't know this world. I don't, and I don't want to. I'm glad I don't. And I also hate that I don't know because they are taking advantage. Well, not taking advantage. Like, I feel like that's why I need to rely on legal counsel because I don't know.
You know, she does still give the justice a little bit of hope. She was like, not taking advantage. Most people would say, no, they took advantage. You know, when we talk to the O'Briens, they hold nothing back when it comes to Riley. You know what I mean? Like, and she still holds some hope.
Yeah.
She still believes in it. You think at this point she would be screaming corruption, but she's not. She's not screaming corruption. She won't say it. And is that because she knows her daughter's guilty, or is that because she believes that that justice will prevail? I don't know.
I don't know. Like, what can I do? What are all the things I can do? What should I be doing? What's next? Like, what should I be looking for? What should I watch out for? Right? Because I don't know.
To Kevin Kerr's point, why didn't they did they have the doctor testify about the pots? They didn't let that in?
You mean at the trial or the bind over?
At the trial, and at the bind over. They
Well,
didn't let
no.
that in?
Remember, right after the trial was over, he didn't even give the judge her diagnosis for some reason. So,
and
I wasn't
whose idea was it to go to a bench trial? And when they said go to the bench trial, how was that message delivered to you? Like, what did the lawyer say? Like, we're better off going to a bench trial? Like, what was how did that conversation go?
That's a good question. So the first day of the trial, we were all there, and it was, I think, like 8:00 in the morning, and we're all looking at each other like, what is it? Is it a bench trial? Is it a jury trial? Like, what is it? Like, do we know? We still didn't know. And then we found out that it was going to be a bench trial, and we're like, oh my gosh. So that was surprising because I feel like we maybe should have known before that. But sorry, my bell is ringing. And then I found out months after she was at Marysville that she wanted a jury trial. And
who wanted the jury trial?
Mackenzie.
Getting into any fights in DYS?
Well, she was the victim of a couple of them for sure, which was scary. Some of the children, as you can imagine, can be pretty aggressive. This is the craziest part that people don't know, or maybe they do know. I don't know. Or maybe they heard it and really didn't put it together, right? So after she was sentenced, the way she was sentenced, I had to sit there and listen to the judge's summation, right? She picked that route. She chose that time of day. Everything that she said, right? And I know that didn't happen, but I'm like, what? Because none of what she said was in the trial. You can read the transcripts. Like, nothing she said was in the trial.
Now, that would be a big problem, ladies and gentlemen, if that turns out to be true.
Yeah.
Because a judge can't say, like, make a scenario. A judge can't, like...
She can only go off what she heard and the facts and the evidence.
Exactly. It's not a closing statement from the prosecution. She can't be like, she set it up, she did this, she did that. Or could she in a bench trial? I don't know. Say the truth, I don't know that. Maybe the judge could do that, like based on how she followed it up. I don't know. That's something I'm gonna have to look into. So if the judge does feel like, because it would be like 3 summations, right? There would be the defense, it would be prosecution, and then the judge would have to kind of give a summation how she found her to be guilty, right? So maybe that's how she looks at it. But I think she's saying there was no evidence of that, other than her turning, other than her being on that street. I think I remember the judge saying something in her summation, like, look at a timestamp. If you look at this timestamp at this time, it's undeniable. I think the judge said that she went back by there and things like that. So I don't know. Once again, I gotta, like I said, I gotta read the transcripts and maybe go back to some clips and read it. But yeah, maybe the judge gotta make a summation. But was it let in? Was these things let in? If these things weren't let in, when she says they weren't in the trial, what I mean is, if they agreed to leave these things out because they were just hearsay or whatever, and then she brought them in, then that would be an issue. But if they were already in and she spoke to them, maybe I don't think there would be an issue, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We'll see.
So I was like shocked and like, what is happening? Like, what is happening? So I didn't know to the extent though. So when she was saying those things to me, I was like freaking out and like shocked because none of that. I don't even know where she got that information or why she would say something like that.
She's saying none of that was in the trial. That had to be in the trial. The prosecutor didn't lay that down.
I have to read the transcript, bro. I started, but that shit's a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. But that had to be there. She's saying it wasn't even there in the trial. So you got to be tripping on this.
Okay. And then the other part was the TikToks that they used, right, to make her look bad, or to use however they wanted to use them. Okay. There's no date on it, right? So they showed this as her making it after the car accident, and that wasn't the case. That was made like years before, right? But there was no date on it. And then so the judge said,
"Now, is that a fact? What you saying?"
Yes.
That's a fact.
Yes. So when the judge said, do you know when these were made, the prosecution said no, and they let him use it anyway. And I don't know if her lawyer could have objected at that point or not, but he didn't. And how can you allow something in? There's no date. Like, you can't even confirm when it was made. So it was years before. And And then the other one was a concert that they went to. It was a Kid Cudi concert, and I can show you text messages. Like that friend group, Rosie, Bubba, all of them, they had Dom, Davion, they all had plans to go to this concert together, right? They were making plans to go to this thing together. So they went to the concert to live out their plans for their friends. Like, and they tried
And
to
when
use
was this concert was what, October?
Mm-hmm.
So did Dom have tickets at that time? Like, was it already pre-planned, or they were just talking?
No, because tickets weren't out yet, so they were talking about them. Okay.
Okay.
So they went to live out their friends' plans together, right? So they made it. It seemed like she's going out here to all these concerts, going to these parties, living life, no remorse. When that's not the case at all. It's just not the case at all. That's why I always say I can't blame. I'm gonna cry again. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I can't blame people for feeling the way they do, because if I saw that, I'd feel the same way. But like, you don't understand until you're in this situation how crazy this kind of a situation is, because it can happen. Like, I never would have thought a judge can say those things without anywhere, or like that they can use those images with no date and to make it look like how they need it to look. It's very scary. So I don't blame people for feeling how they feel, but it's not real. It's not true. It's not accurate. She was talking to his mom like all throughout up until the day she was arrested. Like, his mom.
What was that? So they were friends. They went out and drank coffee. Like, what did they do? Like, if you don't mind me asking.
Well, they helped buy things to decorate the grave together, the flowers, the lights and stuff. And then she came over and picked up Mackenzie.
Was the divide when she turned around and said, I could have had a medical emergency, and they didn't hear that before, and then she put that in the mix? Like, was the divide? And if that was, do you understand why there's a divide?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, that right there, I call bullshit. You definitely have an idea why there's a fucking divide. 1,000%. And I would only assume, we haven't talked to Christine yet. Hopefully we do sooner than later. Why is there a divide? So the question is, if you were hanging out with the family, and that would make the family definitely think you're guilty. If you're hanging out with the family and not saying that it was Potts, and not even mentioning that, and just saying something totally different to them, and then coming up with a new story, it's no different than with the Peg situation and Paul O'Keefe. When Karen was leaving that morning, remember the bad times. I got to get out of here. Left real fast. Peggy didn't like that shit, man. To this day, she's stubborn. What? The way you acted that day was suspect. You know something. I don't forgive you. That's it. If that happened with the family, where she's hanging out at the memorial, being with them, and then turned around and told them something different, and then they heard this, that's it. Now they know, they're looking at it like, we were there. We know what we felt. We know what we saw. We're just going on what we know. We're not going on in the court. We know what happened.
Right.
She got found guilty. Doesn't matter what she says. We were there. She never told the story to us. She never said, hey, it might have been Potts. She never even mentioned it. So she's saying, I don't know what the divide is. Obviously, you know. And you're not telling us. And if that's the divide, by her never saying that to that family, to his mother, never mentioning it, like maybe my Potts did it. Because if you really suffer from it, why not mention it? Like if it was Kev would say, I dropped my cigarettes. And I need a cigarette.
You got one? Got a cigarette?
Oh, God damn, Kev. Got a cigarette, dude?
No.
Hey!
I don't know.
If that's the case, and if that was the case, right? If that was the case, why wouldn't she just say it to her? Why would she keep that a secret?
I don't know.
I had heard your husband.
She said, I don't know. That's lies.
Kind of had an interview with the TMZ, and he spoke on the black box. Did you in any way have somebody hired to go over that analysis?
Yeah.
What an edit that was.
God,
you see that?
God damn, huh?
I made you look like a scholar, son.
You see me? I was glitching and shit. I thought I was glitching, but now
Let me tell you something, man. I made sure you landed that question. Yo, that question, let me tell you something. We should play the original. That shit went. There was a lot of shit going on in that motherfucker.
We should have a blooper Sunday night or some shit. Blooper day.
What people don't realize though, we could have just did this from the jump, but we didn't. We just stayed us.
That's just from the trial. Like all they have is the last 4.8 seconds or something.
Yeah.
And initially I had thought maybe they don't know the airbags had gone off because I don't understand how anybody can drive, let alone steer in the dark with the airbags deployed. But when I went back and I read the transcripts, it is in there that the side airbag curtains, am I saying that wrong? The side air curtain deployed, right?
Yep.
Before the intersection.
Have you thought about getting your own investigator to go over the case?
Wait, what? So I can't talk about a lot of things because we're in the process of an appeal.
I've been hearing a lot about those text messages. So basically, they were saying that she threatened to crash the car before, but it was actually him. And you have text messages to prove it?
Yeah. So when they were on the freeway, she called because Dom had grabbed the wheel and threatened to crash the car, and she was scared. So she pulled over to the side of the road. Very proud of her for doing that, because if you're ever scared, pull over and make whoever that is get out of the car, right? So she had sent a text message to his mom saying, Dom is scaring me. He needs to get out of my car. He's not getting out of my car. If he doesn't get out of my car, I'm calling my dad. He tried to crash the car and hurt me, right? So then there's that one. And then, so there's that.
Was that the same day the kid, a witness said that she said she was going to do that? He heard that?
Yes.
So a witness is saying he heard it, but yet she texts Dom's mother saying that it was Dom who was acting up that day.
If you read the transcripts and compare it with the text messages, something is amiss.
Talk about the jail calls. No remorse and wanted the witness to be dead. Is that something that was said? Like I said, I didn't hear all these jail calls. I don't know about you guys. I don't listen to every jail call.
So that's what I was telling you. Like grief and trauma, it goes like this, right? So in a lot of those calls, we were angry. A lot of those calls were sad. A lot of those calls were trying to figure out what's happening. Right, we're in survival mode. So it's depending on what stage of grief we're at. I don't know. I don't know.
I'll give her this, right? About the answers. The answers are good, though. That's a great answer for that question about the jail calls and the remorse. She's like, the waves of the grief, and I'm in survival mode. I'm like, that's a good answer. But the question is it truthful? What do you guys feel?
I could see some truth behind it. I've listened to some of the jail calls, and she's like, I don't know. It seems like she still don't know what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you.
Miss 808, man, she's on fire tonight. Miss 808 don't fuck around. She said she spoke to a therapist or she's Googling. And it's true, though. She's saying a lot of things that would make you say, that makes a lot of sense. But it doesn't sound, it sounds rehearsed a little bit. You know what I mean? It does. It sounds memeish. Does that make any sense? Memeish? Is that memeish, 808? You can spot that memeish shit. The ups, the ways, and down with the grief. And it makes perfect sense. And hey, and you know what? Even if she did find that on a meme and it described her feelings, and that she used it. Because listen, I take certain things sometimes. I found someone actually said the thing that I've been saying a lot. We're not trying to change your opinion. We're not trying to change your mind. We're trying to provoke your thoughts. Someone actually said that on Twitter to me. So J.F.K. and Jay Brill and Kevy Kev, they spoke for our behalf. They didn't. They said it kind of like that, and not in that order, but they said that. And I was like, oh, that's perfect. That describes exactly that's what we do. We ain't trying to change your opinions. We definitely ain't trying to change your minds, but we're trying to look at it from a different POV. So instead of going all around the world like JFK tends to do sometimes to get a fucking point across, because I'm mentally fucking cooked.
God damn.
You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. So is that a bad thing though? If she did use a little bit of meme-ish ways? What do you think, Kevin? Nice. The lights on, but nobody's home. All right.
Peace sign and shit, man. Nah, I mean, she's. I mean, I'll tell you, she's. I think she's kind of the way. I'm just gonna base this off some of the phone calls that I've heard. I feel like, in some sense, she's like. She's trying to like live out. Well, she's living how she's living in there by the way this girl talks to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need this. What, check on that. Don't let up. It's crazy. I don't know if you've heard some of these tapes, but
No, and that's not what I'm asking though. I'm asking but she's saying no. I get what you're saying, and I appreciate you adding to it. But I'm just saying, like, she's saying that some of these phone calls, she was upset and she was pissed, but that's just because she's going through some shit. She's not denying that she wasn't acting like a dick in the phone calls. I mean, in this, what she said there, it was a good way to answer it. The question was it genuine? What do you think? I think I already got your answer, Kevin. You're saying no, she ain't genuine. What about you, Jay Bro?
She could be genuine, like everyone has mood swings, everyone has good days, bad days, so it could be true. I'm not gonna say it's not. The way she's watching her, and I think she's telling the truth.
We don't want anybody dead, right? But we were going through a very, very, very difficult time, and I just hope that none of you are ever in that situation, right? And honestly, too, I don't understand.
Do you understand why people? Do you understand why people think they look awful? Do you get it? Listen to this. When you look at it,
well, yeah, because there's just no. Yes, I understand why people are feeling the way that they're feeling.
Then she answered it. You see now, like first she was gonna give me some pushback, and then she was like, and then she was like, yeah, now I know why people are feeling what I'm feeling. What in the fucking. Yeah, he's probably doing the same thing to me too. And see that you know who it is. It's the same clowns, bro. Where in the mills?
Yeah.
Yeah. Weirdo shit. Yeah, I mean, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, she answered. I feel like at that point she realized like that question she had to answer like yes. You know what I mean? She wanted to push back on it, but then she realized she has to answer like yes. So to Miss 808's point, I feel like she could be talking to somebody and kind of had a similar conversation, and it feels familiar to her. But like I said, I didn't know this was her first interview. I had no idea. If I'd have known that, I might have went a little harder in that situation right there. Well, why do you think that? You understand, but why do you think that? And blah 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 blah. I might have went a little bit deeper with it, but I didn't know. I thought like she answered this before. Like this was obviously a question before, because it's not a hard question, and the way she answered it made it seem like that was her answer all the time. You know what I mean? It sounded like that's how it went in my head. Like that's the way you have to answer that question. Yep, I understand. They're the victims. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But yeah. But that was a good answer. She answered that good. Do you think that's genuine? Do you really think that she understands, or does she feel a certain way?
Go ahead, Kev.
I mean, I do think that she understands. I mean, and in some ways, I think that maybe,
Well, there you go, right there. She was extensively interviewed by Netflix, but when I mean the first interview, I'm saying on the podcast thing, right? Is this not her first on the podcast or the streaming and all that through like this type of platform? See, I didn't, I seen her on Netflix, you know what I'm saying? And like obviously before she got on Netflix, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff that's on the cutting room floor too. But go ahead, Kevy.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I could see it, I mean, she definitely does, in my eyes. I mean, she, she's kind of like eases her way into to the question. I mean, the answers, because of the fact that I don't know whether she wants, everybody to know that they've really pushing with their own personal investigators. Maybe they're trying to compile, their case, before they say anything too leading that that there's going to be a change with something, or they have proof of something,
I can't explain it other than ups and downs of grief and sadness and anger, for what your daughter's going through. It's hard.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this case. Like everything is story time. Everything is story time. Like they're taking a situation that they're looking at the black box data and they're creating all these things of what could happen when nobody knows, right? Nobody knows. I don't know. I don't know why she was going 100 miles an hour. I've heard a lot of people are messaging me and sharing with me their stories of things that happened to them. This same thing happened to me. I passed out. I was going 100 miles. I crashed. Luckily, nobody died.
Richie says the tilt table. When they do this test for POTS, they do a tilt table. Did you do that test with her? Was it a tilt table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can she tell us what her
That
daughter
answer
actually
was-
said in the hospital in the Connie talk? Can you say what it was?
Yeah.
That answer was so fast, dude. That was so fast.
It
This
looked
is
like
when
she was reading the comment. But
Yeah,
she was
she was-
answering it before
yeah.
you even said anything.
But like she won't get into it. Like if your daughter really has, I'm not saying that her daughter doesn't have POTS, but I mean, why not just like well, I'd be kind of pissed off at that point. Like if anything is true, that would be true, right? Like that's now let's talk about the
I mean,
inconsistency.
look at the
now.
facial. Look at the facial reaction. I mean, it was.
Well,
she was-
that's when about the Carney talk. To
Yeah.
be clear, let me take that down. But before I talk about that, that's probably not. I don't want to. That's not what I'm talking about right now. So let me just do
back
this.
it up a little bit.
So let me do this. Based on what she said right there about the POTS, she just answered like that. I think that she would say, hold on a minute. Let me explain about POTS. She went to this doctor, Dr. Flanagan, Dr. fucking Marisol, fucking Dr. Brill. She went to this hospital, that hospital. They did a scan on her brain. She went to a massage therapist, man, to get her neck fucking soft tissue. She did everything in her mind. She had vertigo. She did this. She did that. We were up late night. She couldn't even drink milk. I mean, whatever the hell comes with POTS, right? You think that she would go totally in on that diagnosis? Because I'm sure before you get diagnosed with POTS, they give you 500 different things that it could be. Oh, it's vertigo. Here, take this pill. You know what I mean? Oh, your iron's low. Eat some more iron, right? Whatever it might be. They take blood work first. Like there's a whole process before they get to POTS. So you think that she would have went through that process, because if it's true that she has POTS, I'm not
Explaining
saying
it,
that.
yeah.
She would explain it and like say, nah, you guys are crazy thinking that we're making this shit up. That right there, I think that she could kind of elaborate more on that. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah. So she said it's not very coherent because remember she was on like all sorts of pain medication like around the clock because everything was broken. So it's a little bit jarbly. But she says like, can I say can I something? And then she says something about community service and just take my whole license away for 10 years. That's what she says.
She never said nothing about blaming on the seizures or something like that? She
No,
never said
the
that?
word seizure is nowhere in that community service, and just take my whole license away because everything was broken. Oh, here,
Okay. Can she tell us what her...
nobody died.
Ritzy says the tilt table. When they do this test for parts, they do a tilt table. Did you do that test with her? Was it a tilt table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can she tell us what her daughter actually said in the hospital in the Connie talk? Can you say it? I mean, the fact that that's the main thing in your case, you're saying that parts could have actually caused this, and your answer to that question is, that was a bad look on the JFK channel.
For sure.
That I have to agree.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about,
What's one thing life taught you? If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up.
Nah, it's not a bad. It's a bad look to her, for her, not for us. What it was?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
So
what they
she said
said.
it's
Not
not
for
very
us.
coherent because remember she was on like all sorts of pain medication like around the clock because everything was broken. So it's a little bit jarbly. But she says like, can I say like can I not very coherent because remember she was
Okay. Can she tell us what her daughter actually said in the hospital in the Connie talk? Can you say what it was?
Yeah.
This is the question of all questions.
So she said it's not very coherent because remember she was on like all sorts of pain medication like around the clock because everything was broken. So it's a little bit jarbly. But she says like, can I say like can I something? And then she says something about community service and just take my whole license away for 10 years. That's what she says.
She never said nothing about blaming on the seizures or something like that? She
No,
never said
the
that?
word seizure is nowhere in that sentence. I wish I could teach people how to talk it so that they can listen to those calls themselves.
But what was the reason? What was the reason for teaching her that? Though? Is that not? I mean, can that not be looking at as sneaky?
No. So my parents used to talk it to have a parent talk time for the kids to not hear.
Okay, I dig it. Hey, man, to each his own. Does she wish? Diane says, does she wish she never let her daughter move out so early before being an adult and responsible?
Well, this is going to make me cry. I'm going to try not to cry.
Okay.
So Dom and Mackenzie were together for 4 years. Okay. She lived in both places. And I'm going to read something too. And this.
Kev, I know you always want to talk about this 4-year thing, man. So if Dom was together for 4 years, throw you in the middle, Kevy in the middle. Where's he at? He in the middle. 4 years. How old was she, and how old was he, and how old was she?
Well, I was under the. I mean, if you're going back 4 years, I mean, you know, I was under the impression it was 3 years difference.
I told you 4 years.
So I mean,
so when he was sick. So when he was
4
6,
years, so he met her when she was 13.
So he was 16 and she was 13.
Well, 4 years would make him 17.
No. 20 minus 4 is 16.
What?
He was 20.
4 years.
He was 20. He wasn't 21.
He was 21. So how old when she met? How old were they? He was 17 and she was 13. Is that what you're saying?
16 and 13.
So you're saying 4 years, bro? Do the math.
4 years minus 20 minus 4 is 16.
Yeah.
Okay,
but they're saying that she met 4 years prior to that.
She was 13. Let's add up to 16.
What?
How many years?
That's only 3 years. That was only 3 years.
Was 13, and
Let's not minus it from 21, J. Bro, is what I'm saying.
No. But just saying they would. This, so he was 17 and she was 13. Is that what you guys are saying?
I don't know. You're confusing me. Hold on.
Relax. God damn it. Simple math.
God damn.
They were together for 4. They were together for 4. They were together for 4 years. So if they were together for 4 years, he was 16 and she was
20 when he passed away.
Yeah.
So 4 years prior, he would be 16.
Yeah, and she would be 13.
If she was 17, then she would have been 13. 13.
Yeah.
13 years old for her and 16 years old for them when they got together.
Yes. That's what I gather, yes.
Kev,
so 16 and 13. What do we feel about that, Kev? I mean, what's the deal?
I mean, you got someone that's in high school and you got someone that's in junior high. I mean, let's do the math. I mean, it just doesn't sound right. It don't fit right with me as a parent, you know. So I mean, there's some issues there. I mean, someone, you know, someone's responsible to take accountability for that, for allowing that to happen. And that's where I'm going to go with that. I mean, I don't want to bash nobody, but I mean, that shit don't sit right with me. I mean, for anybody to allow that shit to happen, just ain't right. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Strongly agree with what Kevin Kid just said. I wouldn't want my kid being a 13-year-old with a 16-year-old. Not even a 14-year-old with
It makes you think. I mean, and then that, you know, and then where that puts that is that you got a 13-year-old girl, okay, that's hanging around with, you know, someone that's in high school. She's trying to live up to his standards and fit in with that. I mean, what does she know? What does she, you know, what has she learned or adapted or anything? Like, you know, she's a, you know, a young teenager in my eyes. I mean, you just changed, you just turned into a teen.
Yeah, that's a perfect.
This is going to make me cry even harder. Okay. She lived here and she lived there. Oh my God, I'm going to cry. So one of my favorite things to do was I was helping them bridge the gap from their teenage relationship to a much more bigger, like a mature one, right? So we would go over there and
Yeah, but that's a problem though, lady. She was still a fucking teenager. So you were trying to get her out of the house, right? And she needed the parenting more and more when she was this age.
Exactly.
And you're like, oh, the push to the adult. He was the adult. He was 20. Technically, he was a young adult. I mean, technically to me, I don't even think he was an adult. 20 years old, I'd say he's still a juvenile. In my perspective of it, if it was up to me, I'd say you're a juvenile until you're 21. And then when you turn, you know, and then from 21 to 28, you're a young adult. And then from 28 on, you're an adult. That's my perspective. But technically,
when it comes down to the law, at 18, you're an adult.
No, I understand that. But we're just talking about mental state. When you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the law, 1000%, he's an adult. But mental state, he's still got a juvenile mind. You know what I mean? His mind's still not fully right. You know what I mean? But she was low on that spectrum, meaning she's only 8. She's even, you know, so the point is, like you said, she's still a teenager. She wasn't an adult yet to, you know, to even move out. She wasn't even 18 yet. Like technically that wouldn't even be right for her to move out just yet. I mean, and then why did she want to move out? If everything's going, like, it seems like you guys gave everything to her. Why does she have to move out? For what reason? Like, what would be the reason? Usually people move out for reasons. Like, what would be the reason for her to move out other than what? It's just weird, man.
Well, I mean, in that aspect, how that looks to me is that they're allowing because they don't want to lose.
Exactly.
I helped them plant a garden. We were like a little compost bin, and I helped him go to Costco and get a blender, a Vitamix blender, which he was so mad about because it didn't grind ice. But anyway, so it was really fun to watch them.
That seemed real to me right there.
I'm sorry.
That right there
was really fun to watch
real.
them bridge the gap from their teenage life to their more mature adult life because they've already spent together nearly 4 years, right? So they were going to the next phase. So she wasn't like living there really full time. It was like both, like bridging, and she was almost 18, right? So it's not abnormal for people to start their life, you know, like when they're 18 plus, right? Because they'd already.
See, now she's trying to explain to us though, right there about start life at 18 plus. We didn't get a chance to go over this. Now we're going over and we're getting to the juicy parts. No, it's really not that normal. It's normal, but it's not that normal, right? Especially when they don't have to. And you got to make that decision with her. You don't let her make that decision. Regardless if she's turning 18 and she wants to get out the house, doesn't make a difference. She's still your daughter. Dad's still involved. She needs parenting. And then you got to figure out ways to, at that age, when she turns that age, to still stay relevant in her life. And let her know that there's, like, look at all the basketball players out there. Jason Tatum's mother was at every basketball game, cheering him on, parenting him, during these things. And I use that as an example, saying, like, look at what these basketball players go through. They get drafted. They're on airplanes. They're playing in the NBA at 19 years old, flying state to state. You know what I mean? And their parents are involved in their life because they need that. So that was up to you to figure out how to stay relevant in her life instead of just saying, okay, just do whatever you want. And that was a pattern, right? That would probably be a pattern that you started doing that so early on. Now at 18, it seemed like she reached that point. In actuality, she had just got to that point. Problem is, you were letting her live like that prior to that point. And now she thinks she's at that point, and it's like, I'm ahead of my time. I'm out. Actually, no. That's why you got to keep your kids a kid as long as you can. I mean, you should have just kept taking her to fucking Disney World, man. Making her sign the book. Them diaries, man, with them characters and shit. But I'm sorry, I'm keeping my kids as long as I can. Santa Claus is here. What's
There's
up,
a little
buddy?
turbulence in the chat, bro.
What?
I don't know. Something's going on.
Who's fighting? You guys are acting like turtles.
I don't know who's she going at.
Yeah, I know I didn't say that. You said vehicular, which isn't. All right. Can we just stop the nonsense, please, in the chat?
Please.
Who's fighting?
We're doing a show here. Or presentation, whatever.
Thank you. She was an adult under the roof. Well, that's what I'm saying. I just think that she was advanced. They kind of sped up that situation. You know what I'm saying, Kevy Kev? They sped up that situation. And then when she got to 18, it was like, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm out of here. It's like it was already she was already in motion. Thank you, Kev. They're all mad because I have an opinion. You can have any opinion you want, GFAB. We have opinions here. We're just not, we're not trying to target people and hate on people and say wrong things. And people mistake this chat and say, we just don't want to disrupt chats and just join in the conversation. Not saying that you're not GFAB, but join the conversation if they're acting up. That's their problem. Who's doing what? Who's going in? I don't think anybody should take it personal. This is no different than the Karen Reed. Karen Reed got found not guilty. If Michelle thinks Karen Reed's guilty, who cares? Right. If GFAB, I seen a couple of posts that she says she doesn't think it's murder. Okay, it doesn't matter what she thinks because she got found guilty of murder. She's doing time for murder. So who cares? It doesn't make a difference. She's doing time for murder. So if anybody's against this girl, Mackenzie, be against her. But at the end of the day, even if you're not against her, she's still a murderer because she got found guilty of it. And until she flips that, that's what her fate. And that's just the truth. So I don't understand. Someone's opinion's not going to get her out tomorrow on parole. I hope that helped. I hope that helped. A little bit of love. A little bit of love is all it takes. You guys gotta calm the fuck down. Sing it, 808. Yeah. Is that 808? I can't hear you.
You say you want to be the one I need. You say you want to be the one for me. You say you want to be the one I need. But then you go and act so crazy. You say you never want to let me go. You say you want to be the one I hold. You say you never want to let me go. But then you go and leave me lonely.
Everybody put your ones up for GFAB. Make GFAB feel comfortable up in the chat. GFAB. Ones up for GFAB. Let's go. You want to hear something crazy? I was 21. Husband was 28 when we got married, and we only dated for 2 weeks. Then we got engaged. We'll be married 29 years in August, and he is the love of my life. God damn, Night Shift
Congratulations.
Nomad. A little bit of love is all it takes. I hope that broke up the fight. Your man J.F.K. in here breaking up fights.
God damn.
G-Fab just made another comment.
You want me to go get Bandit?
Well, I love you guys. We got nothing but love for you too, G-Fab. Nothing but love.
Absolutely.
I think when talking about this case, like I think there's two perspectives of talking about it. I think there's the perspective of like what your perception is and what was done with the law. You know what I'm saying? And I think that the law part, no one's ready for yet. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think like when you start diving into the law, because no one's seen the trial,
Right.
and when them transcripts come out, like I said, you know, if there's any, you know, corruption, so to speak, I don't know, maybe that's not the right word, but any loopholes, corruption, whatever it might be, that's going to be exposed, and that's going to be something different now. That's going to be a different conversation, and it ain't going to make a difference.
Yeah.
And if people, whether you think she's guilty or not guilty, if there's a reason for an appeal or a reason for a new trial, then that's just what it is. That's not because we said it. That's not because the narrative. That's because it's the law. So,
right.
I think people, I think that's just something that people ain't ready for. If
G-Fab,
that's
you want to
if.
come up and read them?
Been together for so long, right? And he was part of our family, so it wasn't even abnormal for me because he just was. He was a part of us, right? So that part was like very natural. It was like a seamless, natural transition for me because that's the way it was anyway. So it was a very normal, natural, seamless process for me. And then, you know, we got parents next door there, and then we live literally just down there.
Let me just say this. Like, you see how Priscilla said this right here? In peace to Priscilla. Priscilla is definitely a long gamer. She's a great long gamer. And I'm not trying to single Priscilla out. I got nothing but love for Priscilla. She's a long gamer. Nothing but respect to Priscilla. Priscilla's perception is she's guilty, right? Most people think this. This is the same situation if we were talking about if people were talking about Karen Reed being guilty, right? And we're not talking about Mackenzie being not guilty. We're just throwing things around. We're just having a conversation. We're on the porch. But this is like the aunties, let's just say, if they were talking shit about Karen saying she's guilty. Anybody could get in that chat anytime they want and say she's not guilty. And you know what? That's factual. And just like what Priscilla said right here, it's factual. She's guilty. Right? And because she got found guilty, right? And that's a fact. It's no different than Eddie O'Brien. If you're talking about Eddie O'Brien and people are jumping on the screen, free Eddie, and someone jumps in the chat and says guilty, guess what? They're right. He is guilty. He got found guilty. You can't get mad about that. You know what I mean? So most people want her to be guilty, right? Mackenzie, she got found guilty, so you got what you wanted. Most people want Karen Reed to be found not guilty. You got what you wanted. So if someone comes in and says Karen Reed's guilty, you shouldn't get mad because she got found not guilty. If someone comes in and says Mackenzie's not guilty, you shouldn't be mad because she got found guilty. Right? Now, same thing with Eddie. Most people want Eddie free, right? But the fact is, if someone comes in and says he's guilty, them are just facts. He is guilty by the law. He got found guilty. Them are just facts. You can't get mad. You can't get mad at the fact that he got found guilty. Now, we try to open up people's minds and provoke thoughts, but the fact is he got found guilty. And how do you get around that? So that's what we're talking about the Mackenzie case. The Mackenzie case, she got found guilty. Now, is this going to be anything like the Eddie O'Brien case? These are the questions that we're asking. I hope that made sense. Because it might not have. What time is it? It's fucking 3:27 a.m. It might have made total. It might have been total whackness. It might have
What
been
the hell did
trash.
happen to the time? I thought it was just like 1:30.
Yeah. Let me finish this up.
The street, so they're both surrounded by parental units that are there for anything that they need and stuff. So it was fun. That was very fun for me to watch them grow into the next phase. It was very sweet. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. Go ahead. This is your time. Go ahead. Whatever you want to say.
Hold on.
Take your time.
So this was a text message that I sent to Dom on July 1st of 2022. See, I don't know if you see it. It says,
I do.
I tried to call you. You don't have to call me back. I was just thinking about you guys, and one of my favorite things to do is watch you guys grow and navigate through your problems together. They're not always fun, and it's not always easy, but the point is that you guys grow a little more each time and learn a little bit more about yourselves and each other. I love you guys. Anyway, that was all. And he messaged me back. Nice to think you're always thinking about us and here for me. I love you too. Thank you. And I said always.
Now it seems like she had a relationship with Dom right there. You know what I'm saying? Seemed like her and Dom were talking. Dom, that was Dom's Ma Dukes. I mean, at that point, that's a fact. She pulled out a receipt. She pulled the text message out and all that, that she was talking to him and all that. So that seemed genuine to me. How about you guys?
Yeah, no, that was genuine. I mean, that was facts. She had some facts there.
I definitely agree. It was genuine.
So we were very, very, very close. We spent every day together. We were together every day. I appreciate you because
every day together. She said.
I did talk a lot about this in the documentary about the families, how I feel about the families, and I'm so sorry for them. And I know that these appeal. I'm gonna cry again. I'm sorry. And I know that the appellate process is hard for them because I wish it wasn't public, because every time it's public, it's like picking at the scab and it's making the wound bleed every single time they have to see it, right? So, and I feel so bad for them that they have to see it every single time. But what she was convicted on isn't true.
And another thing is, though, what I noticed about her text to Dom, it was memeish. It was memeish. So maybe that's the way. If that's the new word, everybody throw that. JFK got what's JFK's favorite word? Tentacles.
Memeish. God
The new favorite word is memeish. All right. She seems very memeish when she texts Dom. So that's just her nature. She sees something, she writes it. So that's who she is. She might have a little book with quotes. I don't know what her advice might be. Or she just might be that person and has it in her head. I don't know. Maybe she writes kids' books. I don't know. Who fucking knows?
God damn.
It's just not true. And if this was happening to their kid or their son or their daughter, I would hope that they'd be doing the same thing.
I got a question from Kristen from Manhattan. She says, why did Mackenzie select a bench trial rather than a jury trial? This may have already been addressed. Apologies. I was late to the stream.
That's okay. Mackenzie did want a jury trial. She was kind of directed to pick a bench trial. And
Did you ever tell Mackenzie in a jail phone call that she should
I was torn. I'm torn on the whole bench trial thing personally, because a judge should know the law, right? A judge should know the charges and the law and what these things mean and what the beyond a reasonable doubt. I feel so stupid. I just feel dumb. Part of me feels stupid, but then the other part of me feels like I'm glad to be stupid. Like, if this is the stupid way to be, I'd rather be stupid in this world and not know and understand the law like that than have a good understanding of it. So I'm really okay with feeling the way I feel about it, but I didn't know. I just didn't know.
That's fair. What would you like to see had happened to Mackenzie? Like, if there was a sentence that you could give her, what do you think was fair? What a question.
Well, everybody thought it would be vehicular homicide or vehicular manslaughter of some kinds. That's what it should have been. If anything, that's what it should have been. 5 seconds of data. Nobody knows what was going in there. And the lack of evidence is not evidence of intent. Like, I don't understand how they got to that part. Like, nobody knows what was happening in there. There's no witnesses. There's nothing. And even the prosecutor said he doesn't know. He exhausted all avenues. He turned over everything. And I couldn't find anything. So it's got to be this. Like, that's not how it's supposed to be.
I don't want this to be a trick question, but how many years do you think she should have? Do you have an answer for that?
I don't know.
No. Well, how much do you get to see her? Do you see her a lot?
Me too. This is tough for me to answer because I get to see her twice a month. Just look at what she was convicted on versus the actual facts in the transcripts. Read the transcripts, read the appeals, and then look at only that. These text messages were not in there. The Snapchat, all of that is just static.
So do you think there was corruption? Think she got railroaded?
I don't know.
Was there any bias?
Is there any bias?
Yes, you think? Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I don't know. I just would like a fair trial. Just so.
Well, see, let me tell you something, Natalie, right? You know for a fact, based on what you're saying, there was some bias, right? And there was some corruption in your eyes, and you should just come out and say it. You just don't want to put that narrative out there because you think that they won't help your daughter. Maybe that might be the case, but that's the reason why it goes up to Fed courts. If everything you're saying is true, certain things, then that's what it was, right? It was bias, and it feels like she doesn't want to say it because she doesn't want to like upset them.
No, you're right. She still has hope in the judicial system that they're going to look at this in favor of her daughter.
Right.
She doesn't want to jeopardize that.
You think she can tell them like, hey, like she did at the trial. Hey, can I just tell you one more thing before you give my daughter life? Maybe you won't give her life. Like you can't do that. I feel bad, but that's what it's like. It's like, hey, one more thing.
Seems like she's like ditzy. Like,
yeah.
I don't mean no offense. Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. Respect to Natalie for coming up here. Regardless, it's not easy for coming up on a live stream.
No,
you know.
No, but I mean, us going over this, tonight was our chance to go over this, like we're doing.
Yeah, it's been 1 week, bro. Last week we did this, man. Last week we did this, and we did it fast. We rolled it out fast, and I feel like we're here to correct the record
and to go over it, just for ourselves to see, what her reactions are, some of her body language. I mean, it paints its own picture. So, this is why we're here.
This is why we're here, Kevin.
That's exactly why we're here.
All this stuff can come forward and get the experts that she needs and look at the stuff that is now late because of the 1 day thing, which we're appealing. That's the part we're appealing is the 1 day thing, because according to law and case study, it's not. So
right. A quick question. Can you ask about her getting in trouble inside? She has a lot of D reports, write-ups. Is she getting in trouble in there?
So that report, somebody sent that to me and like, is this true? So that's just things that she's charged with, like things that she's being told she's doing. That's not things that she's not convicted of. A lot of that stuff she appealed and won.
Is she in general population in there?
Well, there's cottages. So they're all in like certain housing units.
Like a dorm? Like she's like a dorm setting? Like bunks? So does she got restrictions having life? Obviously, she can't move to certain like lesser securities parts of the prison like other people because she got that life that holds her down for classification. She got to have so many years in it and things like that. So that sucks. And that's the point we're talking about rehabilitation. Well, what it means is if she got life attached, she got no out date. There's no EOS. It's a parole date. There's no end of sentence. If you got anything to say to the audience tonight, what would you like them to hear from you today, this evening?
Oh boy. We just got to be careful not to judge somebody else and until you walk a mile in their shoes. You have no idea and maybe you do know what it's like going through something like this, but it's not easy. We're in survival mode and we're just doing the best we can every day. I wish I could talk to the other families. I want so badly to be able to talk to them, and it's weird that we can't. Well, I'm sure that they maybe don't want me to, but I wish.
And it is kind of weird that you can't, though. Like, maybe that's what needs to happen. I mean, a lot of this shit's happening on the internet. Like, does that change anything, Kev? If she talks to the family, does that make it worse for Kenzie? His appeal? Like, does it make it worse, bro? I'll ask Kevy first. Like, she says I want to talk to him. Like, is that something that happens? Like, could you see that happening, or does that even matter at this point? I wonder what that conversation would be like based on what you see. Let me ask Brill first. Sorry, Kev, because Brill wants this question.
God damn.
Based on what you've seen with Christine and her, do you think that would go well on the Christine podcast if them two talk together?
You see, because no. I'm just gonna say them being together on a podcast will not go good. If they talk behind the scenes, which there could have been a good chance because they know each other. Well, from what she says, she don't know Christine, so probably not. It's probably not ever going to be a good thing unless that family can forgive. Maybe not Mackenzie, but the family. That's never going to happen. It's not a good thing. That's setting up for a nuke bomb, I think.
Kev?
At this point, with the amount of time that's lapsed and where they are at this point, I think there's been too many things said to reunite that conversation. I think that's been it's been expressed, probably not directly, but publicly, if you understand what I'm saying, like with all the breakdown and the way they're just attacking the credibility, the reactions. I mean, it would be hard for her. I mean, what would she like to say to them? You know what I'm saying? That'd be the question. I mean, where do you start?
Exactly. Where would you even start? Like, how?
So I think
it seems like I think Christine would be open to it because she's doing a podcast, and I think she, like, at this point she would want to tear into her, if that makes any sense. I hate to say it that way, but I feel like she would want to give her a piece of her mind. But like, that's the thing, like, where would you start? Like, what like, how would it be? What would be the format? You know what I mean? Like, what would be the format?
Well, right there, she just said if they're listening to our podcast, or even if a clip got out, she said she wants to talk to their family. So that could.
Well,
that could
I could only assume. I would only assume that Natalie would say she didn't do it, and they would say that's bullshit. She did do it, and then they would turn around and say she set the whole thing up. She and then Natalie would come in and say that's all lies. And the question is, who would listen?
And
who would listen? Because Natalie doesn't.
And that's what it all comes back to. Like, I think the way she words things is wrong, and I'm infamous for that. And that's why I'm saying, because they all know she was the driver and she's responsible. But when she says she didn't do it, I think she's referring to the charges that she was charged with and not the actual charges she should have been charged with. So that's where, it gets all twisted, because she already clearly knows that she should be in trouble for something, just not what she was charged for.
Agreed.
I could. I think that there would be a lot of healing in there. But that's okay if they don't. Like I said, I don't blame anybody for feeling the way that they're feeling. It's okay. It's okay. We just got to be careful not to judge each other and just be there for each other. Life is hard. Life is hard enough without stuff like this, right? We're people, and people are my church. So I wish that we could help build each other up instead of bringing people down.
Do you hold her accountable for what happened?
I know she was the driver in the car, right? So there's definitely accountability for that part. It just wasn't intentional. If you have questions or want to ask questions, or if somebody says something that you think is weird or whatever, please, I wear my life on my sleeve.
Right there, definitely. I appreciate your time, Natalie. And that's it. That's the edited version of the Natalie interview concluded.
Great job, bro. You killed it.
Thank you. Yeah, man, it's a very light edit, man. Honestly, man, that shit was light work, man. Anybody could have did that shit. It just takes a little time to to go through it all and make, and like I said, it was lightly edited. I didn't alter it. Every question was there. And that's the point. The point is to correct the record, ladies and gentlemen, is that we could have did that. I could have did that the very next day. Once I realized this dude was in my chat, I could have privated that shit and could have just blocked all that noise if I wanted to. But you know what? I let the noise go because I'm a human being and I fucked up a name. Big deal. Right? In this space of live streaming, podcasts, and whatever, I probably should have been 1,000% more on point. My panel too, I got to give them some responsibility. They should have been more on point to say, J.F.K, you fucked his name up, right? Yeah. But we didn't, because we just
for that
and we all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Kevy Kev, was smoking cigarettes and fucking sitting in his car during a big important interview, he could have been in there where he's at right now, looking like look at him. His setup looks like he's ready to fucking put together a Harley Davidson. But you know what I'm trying to say? All of us were, you said some things where you said, I think I feel remorse. You didn't know, like that was your opinion. Like if you would have known that there was this movement going and there was sides, you might have kept that to yourself, but you didn't know. And you were just being you. Hey, you know what? I heard it and I thought it was this. We didn't know. And you know what? We could have easily corrected it that night if we wanted to. Could have made it look like $1 million like we did right there. Just 3 dudes talking to a woman, right? But we didn't. We left it out there like, yo, this is what the show is. Whether you hate us or love us, you got to feel us, right? And that's it. And we kept it transparent. And now the new video's out. The old live stream, the live stream that actually happened is on members only. 6 Donuts. It's still alive and well. You guys are members for the 6 fuckery. You guys can watch it and compare it. And whatever you got out of that, I think that live stream was good too. But like I said, there's always options. We could have did this shit behind the scenes, but we didn't. We put it live to our audience and was just us. And the people who feel us respected it. The people who hated us took the chance to try to kill us. But guess what? There's 258 people in here at 3:43 a.m. on a Sunday morning. We're still here. We didn't fucking go anywhere. You guys did you think that was gonna take us out? I mean, you guys keep trying and trying to defame us. We're just here to correct the record. We're human beings. We're not bad guys. Trust and believe. And that's it. And we went through it, and we don't believe everything Natalie says. No, definitely don't. But we have transcripts, and we have people that want to read them.
Yeah.
And we're gonna start doing shows. We have a guest coming on this week, either Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm shooting for Tuesday. Hopefully, if he can't do Tuesday, he could do Wednesday, and or whenever he can, right? And we're gonna have a guest to go over what he thinks about this case and what he thinks about that interview, what he thinks about her, and maybe we'll swap it a little bit with her and the husband's new interview and that other thing. And see what he says and talk about parenting, talk about how when he rolled up to accidents. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, we're talking about Todd McGee, talking about Massachusetts State Trooper. We're talking about a guy that's been on accident scenes, that knows what accidents are, knows about criminals, criminal minds, knows what the court of law is, what intent is, all these different things, motives, and like that's what he gets into. And when you hear it from us, it's shut up, J.F.K. You don't know nothing about the Ohio law. We had to throw a wrench off someone's head tonight because he just wants to pick on me, right? J.F.K., you don't know shit. No shit. I don't know shit. Why do you think I'm live streaming for? The fuck? You know what I'm saying? The fuck? I mean, goddamn, man.
Jacob Bean might need another one of them, bro.
Just tell me, JFK.
Yeah, man.
Jacob, you say stupid comments like that, and that's what gets you.
Yeah, J, bro.
Who's that? Who's that?
Jacob Beam. God forbid us not agree or we get blocked. You can't have your own opinion on this show.
That's the same dude.
Get you blocked.
That's the same dude. Same person. Listen, that's the thing. The thing about the opinion, Jacob Bean, aka Hustle Cartel, the same person, because you can tell by the little ZZWWY shit. It's the same people. You got to understand. We can tell fake accounts from real accounts. Okay, Hustle Cartel, all these different weird accounts that come in. It's not about opinions, bro. It's about attacking. These people been in the chats over and over again, trying to start trouble and stir shit up, and then they fall back for a little bit, and they want to be involved in the chat, and then they take liberty to try to attack, and then when we call them out, show after show, finally we have enough and we throw a wrench. So just don't do that. Don't do that. You know who you are. Like right now, we got you. You're the same person. I see people like you, RVA. I'm willing to believe that it's RVA, guys like that who make count after account just to try to be stupid. It's just stupid and it's dumb. And you know the crazy part about it is it's not the 21-year-olds, it's not the 15-year-olds, it's 50 and up year olds. It's people who are grown ass people doing this.
It's just sad, bro.
And they got the nerve to talk about Mackenzie. You guys are Mackenzie. You're the adult version of Mackenzie.
Absolutely.
You are the adult version. But here's a fun fucking fact for you fucking old 50-year-olds, okay? Right? And when I say that, I can say that because, you know, I'm creeping too. But here's the thing. Let me tell you this, right? Mackenzie got time to turn it around. You motherfuckers don't. Some of you people got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Some of you people are looking at that honey bun right now by that microwave. You're staring at it. You know you shouldn't have that 500 calories at 3:48 in the morning, but you can't resist. Just like you can't resist to talk shit in the chat. Can't resist to spread narratives. Can't resist to open up your eyes. There's no hope for you. There's no hope. Congratulations. You played yourself. And by the way, you got options. Anybody want to explain the options that they have? Does anybody want to explain the options? There's a bathroom. You walk in the bathroom. There's a sink. There's a sink. You know? But that's it, man. And I think, you know, I think that's what it is. You know, people they hate us. Oh, you can't have an opinion. We just don't run a vile chat. That's it. We don't run a vile chat.
You can have your opinion, just that bashing shit.
But we have we have a weirdo radar too. A weirdo radar. We know weirdos, fake accounts from real accounts. We know the weirdos from people who are on our side or not. We see that. You don't think we get enough fake accounts hitting us up daily? You don't think we know the difference at this point?
Who has the time to even make this many accounts, bro?
But here's the thing. At this point, J. Bro, we're professionals to spot a weirdo. We're professionals. Like right now, the FBI can hire us to go say, look in the chat and point to the weirdo. We could be like, boom, weirdo, boom, weirdo, weirdo, weirdo. Because we got it for the last 8 months. People just attacking. We know you weirdos. So don't try it with us. Try that shit in another chat. Try that shit on a train. Try it on a bus. Try it on a plane. Just don't try it with us. Thank you. But yeah, man. You got anything to say in closing, Kevy Kev?
You know, I mean, just, you know, you got to take it for what it's worth. You know, when you take these interviews on and you know, you do them live stream, it's, you know, it's real time. So, you know, I enjoyed tonight's show going over that and you know, looking at it at, you know, slow motion. You know, that's what I could say. So, I just, you know, I'm glad everybody showed up tonight. You know, and yeah. Thanks for rocking out.
Go ahead, bro.
Just, you know, thank everybody for being here, staying with us, rocking out. You know, great presentation, you.
Thank you, brother. You as well. You guys did great.
Thank
and just
you.
to let you know, it's Jason BM90 on the Cash App. You can ping him up. He's open 24 hours a day. He's gonna be in that tow truck, man. Ping that shit up, man, till he almost crashes off the road. And don't forget about Kevy Kev 781 on the Cash App. Ping them up. Ping these guys up. And with that being said, we'll see you next flight. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love, everyone.
Peace. Love is
Share
love.
Share that video. A little bit of love is all it takes.
Later, guys.
To be the one I need. You say you want to be the one for me. You say you want to be the one I need, but then you go and act so crazy. You say you never want to let me go. You say you want to be the one I hold. You say you never want to let me go, but then you go and leave me lonely.
me claiming they don't get high. Oh, yeah, you say, shawty, bet you do tonight. You probably ran into me in your neighborhood wearing a Hustle Gang hoodie with a bag full of goodies. The up jump, the boogie toe, shawty, she'll do it, and I bet you she'll prove me right. So pop a bottle, turn it up to the